Chapter 1426 Divine, Envoy, Azure Peak. 1426 Divine, Envoy, Azure Peak, Pa, S. Sing through a water screen. Yi Yuan felt his divine soul quiver a bit. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, but this feeling of discomfort vanished very quickly. Suddenly, Yi Yuan discovered that there was a blurry shadow ahead, gradually becoming clearer. Then, that silhouette walked over towards him like two sides of a mirror. This figure was exactly the same as Yi Yuan. This death cultivation, S.P.A.C. did not have any special aspects. It was just that Yi Yuan's opponent was himself. Heavenly Empyrean immortal groves means were exceedingly formidable. This death cultivation, S.P.A.C. was very magical and could perfectly replicate Yi Yuan's strength, creating a clone that was indistinguishable from the real or illusion. And what Yi Yuan had to do was not to kill the other party, but break through his own limits under the other party's H.E.L.-ish training. Yi Yuan, think properly. Once this death cultivation, S.P.A.C. activates, either you die or he perishes. Even I'm unable to make it stop either. Dustless's voice sounded out by Yi Yuan's ear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This is already the 10th time that you said it to me. Let's go." Dustless scolded laughingly and said, "You, brat, are really a monomaniac." Finished talking, Dustless's voice was no longer heard. Then an icy cold voice sounded out in the S.P.A.C. Death cultivation activates now. The Yi Yuan opposite released an evil smile, making Yi Yuan's heart turn slightly cold. "You're very strong. To actually give me such a powerful body," said the other Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed. He did not expect that this guy opposite actually had his own consciousness. The other Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looking at your expression, you're very surprised, right? I'm not a machine that only knows slaughter. I have an independent personality. I will think about how to kill you." After the shock, Yi Yuan's state of mind also calmed down, and he said with a smile, "Couldn't ask for me. Bring it." The other Yi Yuan smiled sinisterly, his figure suddenly disappearing. Clank! Yi Yuan waved his hand to execute Sundering Stars. Two terrifying attacks collided together, shocking Yi Yuan's figure back repeatedly. Sundering Stars. What the other Yi Yuan used was also Sundering Stars. Furthermore, the other party's strength, as well as the application of Sundering Stars, was not the slightest bit inferior to his. Even the sword in the other party's hands also perfectly replicated the evil extermination sword. No wonder it was called Death Cultivation, S.P.A.C. Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of secret to speak of in front of the other party. Such an opponent was too terrifying. The power of this Sundering Stars is still pretty good, right? Relax, there are even more surprises waiting for you, said the other Yi Yuan with an evil smile. Didn't think that the other me is actually talkative. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Hoo-hoo, that's just you not understanding yourself. I'm actually just another you." All right, you win. Can you give me more surprises?" Yi Yuan said, "As you Wisconsin H, plus whose? H, plus another ray of sword light." The two figures moved, class. H, I, plussing together violently. The two people's battle did not have the slightest skill to speak of. They both understood the other party too well. Any tricks had no place to show its prowess. The more Yi Yuan fought, the more alarmed he got. Not only did the other party perfectly replicate himself in strength, it even perfectly copied in terms of fighting will and combat talent too. The other party's keen insight made all of his schemes fall through in the end. This was a truly powerful opponent. In front of the other party, Yi Yuan did not have a shred of advantage to speak of. Two surges of terrifying power bombarded everywhere in this SPAC, shocking the entire SPAC until it trembled endlessly. Sigh. This kid is bound to encounter many formidable enemies on his rise up. But probably any formidable adversary can't compare to as strong as this time. Immortal Grove, that old geezer, is really a genius to actually be able to come up with this kind of perverted method to hone people. However, if Yi Yuan is really able to defeat himself, it's absolutely a great benefit to him. Dustless said with an emotional sigh. Just as Yi Yuan entered death cultivation, the entire Sky Foothill world was lit on fire by a rumor. What? The White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder is actually an outsider world's intruder. Like I said, when did the Sky Foothill world produce such an impressive genius? Grotto Profound Realm actually capable of slaying Heaven Glimpse Realm. White Knight Sacred Palace actually let an intruder become the Grand Elder. This is simply a massive joke. Under the Life End Sacred Palace's deliberate spreading, this rumor spread throughout the various major sacred palaces like the wind. Currently, Bai Chun and Mo Yun duo were like ants on a hot pan, pacing about anxiously. Yet, Yi Yuan was in close seclusion at this time too. This made the two of them lose the main pillar. However, Mo Yun was much more experienced in the end. Seeing Bai Chen's utterly stupefied appearance, he opened his mouth and said, "Palace Lord, the more it's like this, the calmer we have to be. Your appearance, it will be seen through the moment others see it." After Mo Yun consumed the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan gave, he already successfully broke through to Heaven Glimpse Deity realm. Currently, he already became White Knight Sacred Palace's 9th Elder rightfully. Bai Chen sighed and said, "Of course I know. It's also only in front of teacher, Mo Yun, that I'll be like this." Mo Yun nodded his head. He knew that Bai Chun was indeed much more mature now. This matter is a huge deal. Even in front of me, Palace Lord mustn't be like this too, Mo Yun said. Bai Chen nodded his head and said with a resentful look, "This matter, only you and I know. Just who leaked it out? Unless, apart from you and me, there is still someone else who knows about Master Yi Yuan's true ident. One Tai?" Mo Yun frowned and said, "That's hard to say. But to be able to spread this rumor to such a degree, the other party's force probably can't be underestimated." Bai Chen said gloomily, "Sigh, I'm not worried about the rumor. What I'm worried about is the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's attitude. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace monitors the world. This matter is probably hard to escape their eyes and ears." Right at this time, the voice of a guard came from outside, appearing rather tiered. "Palace Lord, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine envoy has arrived. The Deputy Palace Lord requests Palace Lord and Elder Mo Yun to go and welcome the envoy together." The two people's expressions changed. It was really whatever one feared, whatever came. They did not expect that the Sky Foothill Divine Palace was so sensitive toward intruders, actually arriving so quickly. Mo Yin drew a deep breath and said to Bai Chun, "No matter what, we mustn't reveal any flaws. We can take it as we don't know, but we mustn't let the divine envoy see through any further. Otherwise, the White Knight Sacred Palace will be eternally doomed." Bai Chen's expression turned stern, and he nodded his head solemnly. Outside the White Knight Sacred Palace, an azure-robed middle-aged man stood in the air. The middle-aged man's expression was frosty, his bearing extraordinary. One look, and it was an expert. Bai Chun swarmed out with Bai Xiu and the others, a large group of deity realm powerhouses, and bowed down toward that middle-aged man. White Knight Sacred Palace's Palace Lord. Bai Chun leads everyone to respectfully receive Lord Divine Envoy. The middle-aged man lightly gave an and slowly said, This envoy is Azure Peak, under the orders of the Divine Palace. I specially came to investigate White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder, Yi Yuan. Now let him come and see me. Chapter 1427, Might of the Clone. 1427, Might of the Clone. Hugh. Yi Yuan's breathing became heavier and heavier. The face-off with his other self also became more and more ability, falling short of one's desire. These two people already had a great battle in the death cultivation SPAC for 3 days and nights. Even if Yi Yuan's divine essence consumption was extremely small, he also could not quite sustain anymore at this time. After all, his opponent was not someone else, but himself. This opponent was too strong. In these 3 days, Yi Yuan virtually used all of his means once, but just could not do anything to the other party. Why are you getting weaker and weaker? Seeing my other self so weak, it really feels shameful. So you go to H-E-L. The other Yi Yuan had a mocking smile, the strength in his hands becoming greater and greater. The two people were evenly matched from the beginning. Until now, Yi Yuan could only be wary of warding off blows already. The other Yi Yuan's moves did not deviate from Yi Yuan's vital areas, making Yi Yuan face constant danger. In this death cultivation, SPAC, my divine essence is limitless, but your divine essence will become lesser and lesser along with the consumption of battle. Your final outcome can only be death, said the other Yi Yuan with a loud laugh. This cloned Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of shown for the original body. The mission that this SPAC gave to him was to kill the original body. In this SPAC, the clone body's divine essence would continually be restored, while Yi Yuan himself, although Yi Yuan drew the surrounding spiritual energy when fighting, the recovery speed clearly could not match up to the clones. Hence, as time went on, Yi Yuan would be in greater danger. Outside the SPAC, Dustless paid close attention to Yi Yuan with a nervous look, clenching both fists together nervously. He knew that Yi Yuan already arrived at an extremely dangerous juncture. If Yi Yuan still could not find the method to defeat himself, he was bound to die inside. Once death cultivation activated, even he was unable to stop it too. Dustless knew that Yi Yuan encountered his greatest challenge since birth, because his opponent was not someone else, but himself. This death cultivation, SPAC's terrifying aspect lied here. Regardless of how powerful your strength was, if you did not have the determination to overcome yourself, you would never be able to walk out of here. Come on, Yi Yuan. Don't disappoint this old man. The expression on Dustless's face was almost twitching, displaying the tension in his heart currently. The reason why he suggested such a dangerous cultivation method was because he knew how difficult it was for Yi Yuan to create the second-level Chaos Heavenspan cannon. If Yi Yuan was unable to Serpa S himself, he might never find this hint of opportunity as well. Even if he found it, it would also be no idea how many years later. At that time, Mu Lingxue would have long been dead. The current Yi Yuan needed powerful strength. He needed to seize the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone for Mu Lingxue. Although this method was perilous, it was the most effective method to squeeze out potential. When people faced their true self, then get pressed to the limits, they would try everything to Serpa S themselves, seeking a lease of life from there. Except people able to do it were extremely few. Actually, this death cultivation, SPAC, was an incomplete product of Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Groves. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove had once captured quite a number of people before to go in and experiment in order to perfect this death cultivation, SPAC. AC, he hoped to find a method that could squeeze out potential and also reduce the mortality rate. Among them had Origin Deity Realm martial artists, Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, even Celestial Deity Realm powerhouses. Adding them up, there were probably hundreds. It was just that the final result, not a single person came out of the death cultivation. Those able to cultivate to the Celestial Deity Realm could be said to be 1 in 10,000 geniuses. But such geniuses were unable to overcome themselves, too. The danger of this cultivation method could be imagined. When Dustless proposed this method, he was actually very conflicted in his heart, too. It was just that spending a long time with Yi Yuan, Dustless more or less received a bit of Yi Yuan's influence. On one hand, Yi Yuan's talent was absolutely very terrifying. On the other hand, Yi Yuan's spirit of betting it all on one throw also unknowingly affected him. Swiss. H. Plus a sword edge tore apart Yi Yuan's clothes, slicing his muscles. Dustless' expression changed. Yi Yuan was starting to get injured. This was not a good sign. It showed that Yi Yuan's divine essence reserves were already inadequate to support this battle. However, this battle had to carry on. Swiss. H. Plus Swiss. H. Plus Swiss. H. Plus. Wound after wound was torn open on Yi Yuan's body. Ha ha ha, you're too weak. Weaklings shouldn't exist in this world. Give up. The clone's sword hacking on the original self's body seemed to have a bloodthirsty delight. Yi Yuan's divine essence became more and more drained. His physical abilities were almost reaching the limits too. Fighting with himself. The load on the body was too great. The current Yi Yuan felt like he almost could not raise his sword anymore. So tired, could it be that this is the end? Inside Yi Yuan's mind, this voice kept on echoing. Immediately go and call Yi Yuan, no matter what he's doing right now. After 2 hours, if I don't see the person, you all will bear the consequences yourself. In the White Knight Sacred Palace's great hall, Azure Peak sat on the Palace Lord's position, his face sullen. This White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder had such haughty airs. This divine envoy, descended, and he was actually in close seclusion. Bai Chen's expression changed, and he said, Lord Divine Envoy, Grand Elder, he just went into a retreat not long. At this time, he's probably at a critical juncture in cultivation. Telling him to exit seclusion at this time probably isn't appropriate, right? Why not? Lord Divine Envoy, stay in the White Knight Sacred Palace for some time first. When Grand Elder leaves seclusion, Bai Chen will definitely notify Your Excellency right away, all right? Bang! Bai Chen's voice had yet to fade when Azure Peak gave a palm with a wave of a hand, directly striking him flying. Poork! This Azure Peak was a grand completion, heaven glimpse realm. How could Bai Chen's bit of strength be enough to look at, if not because he was the White Knight Sacred Palace's Palace Lord? This palm would probably directly take his life. This Lord Divine Envoy was so arrogant. The Divine Palace's orders. Do you think that it's a joke? This Divine Envoy says 2 hours means it's 2 hours. Could it be that whatever Grand Elder really is, as the rumors say, an intruder? MN? Azure Peak stared with his eyes wide. Everyone's hearts turned cold. The moment this unwarranted charge was put on, once ascertained, it would be an apocalyptic catastrophe. Bai Chen struggled to crawl up, glaring at Azure Peak. He was just about to flare up, but was forcefully pressed down by Mo Yun. But Bai Xiu came forward at this time and said to Azure Peak with clasped hands, Lord Divine Envoy, this hearsay is absolutely a rumor. Most likely it was intentionally cooked up by the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, that bunch of guys. Lord Divine Envoy, please investigate. Grand Elder Yi Yuan had once taken action many times. His strength wasn't rejected by heavenly Tao in the slightest. It's absolutely impossible to be an intruder. Azure Peak gave him a glance coldly and said, "This divine envoy is on orders from high up this time," and brought the Tianlu shrine over. Whether or not he's an intruder, one test, and it will be known. Now, don't make this divine envoy repeat it again. After 2 hours, this divine envoy wants to see him. Chapter 1428, Entering Selfless Realm Again. 1428, Entering Selfless Realm Again. Uft. The clone's sword plunged deeply into Yi Yuan's body. Laws entering the body. Yi Yuan's body seemed to be lacerated. The heart-piercing pain finally made Yi Yuan regain some consciousness. Pain, right? Give up struggling. A weakling like you isn't fit to live in this world. As the other Yi Yuan was talking, he agitated the sword in his hand, churning Yi Yuan's wound bigger and bigger. Golden blood spouted out wildly like a fountain, even being mixed in with some minced meat. The swift and fierce sword Dao laws penetrated the wound and wreaked havoc in Yi Yuan's internal organs. Yi Yuan's consciousness was getting more and more blurry, his eyes becoming more and more lax. Yi Yuan! Seeing this scene, Dustless's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of despair. Along the way, the hope that Yi Yuan gave him was too great. In fact, he never even thought that Yi Yuan would fail. But this time, Yi Yuan really did not have such good luck anymore. That rapidly flowing away vitality was currently showing that Yi Yuan was currently walking towards death. Under this kind of situation, Yi Yuan already completely did not have the possibility of retaliating. Sure enough, it still can't work. Dustless's words actually appeared rather choked up with sobs. These close to 100 years, he and Yi Yuan already fostered extremely deep affection. If one took the length of time into account, his time together with Yi Yuan was even longer than long tongues. One could say that he watched Yi Yuan grow up step by step. But now, Yi Yuan was going to die. So tired, really want to sleep, just like this. Yeah, give up just like this then. A burst of intense weariness welled up, making Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes. Walking all the way was really tiring. Seeing Yi Yuan's aura get weaker and weaker, a hint of a delighted, hideous grin flashed across the corners of the clone's mouth, as if this scene made him incomparably refreshed. But if I sleep, what will happen to Ling Xue? Leer! She is waiting for me too. Also, lure, white light, father, mother, so many concerns. I can't die. The clone Yi Yuan, who saw fresh blood pouring in torrents, seemed to have become even more bloodthirsty. Ha ha! Go and die! The clone shouted fiercely and was about to move his sword to cut open Yi Yuan's body. But right at this time, a hand suddenly grabbed the sword body and slowly pulled the sword out of the body. This action made the clone and Dustless outside the S.P.A.C. tremble all over, gazes revealing frightened looks. The clone's gaze turned intent, pouring divine essence crazily into the sword body, wanting to chop off Yi Yuan's palm. But Yi Yuan's palm was like an iron tong. He actually could not cut it. The current Yi Yuan still had both eyes shut like he was sleeping, but the power in his hands was unusually great. Uft! The clone's sword was forcefully pulled out of the body by Yi Yuan. His gaze turned intent, revealing a horrified look. Yi Yuan's body was actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He naturally knew that Yi Yuan had the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art, but those sword Dao laws of his earlier already ravaged Yi Yuan's internal organs beyond description. Wanting to recover absolutely could not be done in a short while. More importantly, Yi Yuan was still in that state of sleep right now. Selfless realm. Selfless realm. The clone and Dustless practically shouted these two words at the same time. But the two people's expressions were completely different. The clone's shock could not be any greater, while Dustless was incredibly encouraged. Dustless completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually entered the selfless realm once more at the final juncture before death. Humph. So what if you entered selfless realm? You're still that Yi Yuan. I can kill you all the same. The clone gave a cold snort. Lifting his hand, it was sundering stars. Clank. Yi Yuan's sword tapped on the clone's sword at a strange angle, directly sending him flying out. The clone's gaze was full of disbelief as he said in horror, "His sword Dao laws broke through just like this." Yi Yuan's sword Dao laws were originally grand completion, first layered heaven realm. There was still a Civ gulf away from initial stage, second layered heaven. The power of laws breaking through from first layered heaven to second layered heaven was similarly a huge hurdle. People with poor comprehension might not be able to break through for life. Now, after Yi Yuan entered selfless realm, he directly broke through to initial stage, sword Dao second layered heaven. This casual tap earlier seemed simple, but in fact, it was already totally different from Sundering Stars. This was a brand new move, a move that the clone did not know. What the clone replicated was the original Yi Yuan, not the current Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan Serpa sing himself, it was equivalent to announcing that his doomsday was coming. The clone's expression flickered incessantly, clearly unable to accept this fact. "I don't believe that I can't kill you." Sundering Stars. This time, what the clone unleashed was the complete version Sundering Stars. The power of this move could cut down Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. Its power could be imagined. He previously fought with Yi Yuan. Both sides knew the prowess of this move, so he would not give him the time to launch it at all. But now, Yi Yuan was asleep. Clank. The clone only felt a blur before his eyes, and the evil extermination sword tapped on his sword body once again, directly resolving his complete version Sundering Stars. Kill, kill, kill. The clone's state was as if it was crazy, waving his sword and charging over towards Yi Yuan. But this time, no matter how he used martial techniques, he was unable to touch Yi Yuan in the slightest. Yi Yuan's every action was nimble and precise to the point where it made people's hair stand on end, making people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. The current Yi Yuan was like an ice-cold machine, precisely calculating everything around, controlling everything around. Swiss. H. Plus Swiss. H. Plus Swiss. H. Plus the clone could not touch Yi Yuan, but his body unknowingly had quite a number of wounds cut by Yi Yuan. I won't fail. The clone actually had human emotions and was very afraid of failure. However, the current Yi Yuan was very cold until he did not seem like a human. Uffed. Yi Yuan's sword pierced right through the clone's sea of consciousness. Clone body, dead. Death cultivation ended. However, Yi Yuan did not break out of the state of selfless realm. His figure moved, arriving in front of the lesser Heavenspan mountain. A burst of faintly perceptible aura emitted off Yi Yuan's body. The lesser Heavenspan mountain suddenly erupted with a powerful aura and actually produced a resonance with the aura emitting from Yi Yuan's body. Dustless watched this scene fixedly from afar, inexplicably agitated. The current Yi Yuan was unmoving like a mountain, giving Dustless an unreal feeling, as if Yi Yuan also incarnated into a Heavenspan mountain. Under selfless realm, Yi Yuan inexplicably set up a trace of connection with heavenly Tao and could be said to have incarnated to become a part of heavenly Tao. Under this state, he could communicate with the lesser Heavenspan mountain to the greatest extent. Ha ha ha, this kid indeed didn't disappoint me. Indeed, didn't disappoint me. Dustless said agitatedly. Chapter 1429, Looking for Trouble. 1429, Looking for Trouble in the Great Hall. Divine Envoy Azure Peak's two eyes slowly opened. 2 hours is up. Looks like you guys aren't planning on handing over the person. Very good. Since that's the case, this divine envoy will go and invite him personally. Azure Peak gave no chance to explain, slowly walking out of the Great Hall. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace had always been transcendent, not caring about the various major sacred palaces' fights, letting them develop unrestricted. No idea how long it had been since the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine envoy had descended upon the secular world already. Everyone did not expect that this divine envoy was actually so overbearing. Interrupting other people's closed seclusion cultivation was all martial artists' taboo. It could virtually be mentioned in the same breath as killing one's parents, because a single mishap, and it would ruin other people's cultivation road. This sort of thing, to any martial artist, especially deity realm powerhouses, was unacceptable. Yi Yuan was undoubtedly a savior-like existence to the White Knight Sacred Palace. No matter who it was, they were not willing to risk a grave mistake to go and interrupt Yi Yuan's close seclusion, even if this one in front of them was the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine envoy. Amen. Azure Peak's brows furrowed, looking at the Bai Chun in front of him coldly. This kid actually dared to block his path. Are you courting death? This divine envoy brought the Sky Foothill Divine token down. If you stop this divine envoy from doing my mission, even if you're the lord of a sacred palace, I'll kill you all the same. Azure Peak glared. A surge of powerful aura crushed over toward Bai Chun. Bai Chen's entire body trembled, directly backing up a few steps before barely managing to stand firm. The injuries that he had just suppressed flared up again, a strand of fresh blood remaining at the corners of his mouth. But he was completely oblivious of this and said with Azure Peak with clasped hands, Lord Divine Envoy, please calm your anger. Bai Chen doesn't dare to contend with the Divine Palace. It's just that Grand Elder is too important to our White Knight Sacred Palace. Once he runs amok because his cultivation is interrupted, it can be said to be a catastrophic blow to our White Knight Sacred Palace. Bai Chen begs Lord Divine Envoy to give us another 3 days' time. We've already sent the communication talisman into Grand Elder's closed seclusion venue. Once he reaches a cultivation interval, he'll definitely exit seclusion to welcome Divine Envoy. Mo Yun was originally on tenterhooks at one side, planning on making a move at any time, but did not expect that Bai Chun actually said these words. It looked like their young lord finally grew up. Get lost. However, Azure Peak was not moved at all as he shouted to Bai Chun in a solemn voice. Bai Chen's expression changed, not expecting that this guy was actually so unreasonable. If he's in closed seclusion for 100 years, does this divine envoy have to wait 100 years here? This divine envoy doesn't have so much spare time. One more time. Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me. Azure Peak said coldly. The expressions of Bai Xiu and the rest changed several times, and they spoke up to warn him. Palace Lord, move aside. Bai Chen's face actually had a look of unwillingness, but knew that this divine envoy could not be offended. The consequences of offending the divine envoy, the White Knight Sacred Palace, could not afford it. If he was just a loner without anyone, he would rather die than take a step back. But he was currently the White Knight Palace Lord, representing the whole White Knight Sacred Palace. Yes, Bai Chen finally still opened up a path. Humph! Azure Peak gave a cold snort and walked right by Bai Chen's side. Mo Yun heaved and went up to pat Bai Chen's shoulders, saying, Let's go over and take a look too. Just hope that Lord Yi Yuan isn't at the most critical juncture right now. Bai Chen nodded his head unwillingly and followed after helplessly. "This is Yi Yuan's close seclusion place." Replying Lord Divine Envoy, "Precisely so, Your Excellency." Bai Xiu was just about to persuade some more, but was directly interrupted by Azure Peak with a hand gesture. "The orders of the Divine Palace cannot be defied. If he's really an intruder, and, oh, body can shoulder the responsibility. As for whether or not is he currently at a critical juncture of cultivation, it will depend on his fortunes." Azure Peak's voice did not carry the least bit of emotion. Clearly, this divine envoy, had a lofty and aloof perspective. At this time, the aura on Azure Peak's body skyrocketed, suddenly throwing a palm out, slamming right at the door. The hearts of Bai Chun and the rest all leaped to their throats. Wisconsin plussing to pounce to block this palm. But this palm was very powerful. Even the grand array set up outside the cultivation room was bound to not be able to withstand it too. Boom! This palm shattered the grand array without any surprises, slamming onto the cultivation chamber's door. But right at this time, an incomparably sacred aura enveloped the entire courtyard, making everyone have an impulse to prostrate in wars. Poorwork. Azure Peak's entire person was akin to suffering a heavy blow, directly spewing out a large mouthful of blood mist, his body flying out backward. He was actually knocked unconscious straight away. Everyone all stared at this scene with dumbfounded looks, completely unaware of what happened. A sacred light screen descended from the sky, enveloping the entire cultivation chamber inside. What on earth is going on here? The aura coming from the cultivation chamber is so terrifying. I actually have an impulse to want to run away. Could it be that Lord Yi Yuan is the legendary son of G-O-D? Lord Divine Envoy profaned the might of G-O-D just now? Just what is Lord Yi Yuan cultivating? This is too terrifying. Lord Divine Envoy is a grand completion Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. He was actually knocked right out. Seeing the Azure Peak lying on the ground unconscious, no idea why, Bai Chun actually felt satisfied in his heart. This guy really brought trouble to himself. Ha ha. Master Yi Yuan is Master Yi Yuan, forever can't be estimated with common sense. Bai Chun was secretly pleased. Before long, the light faded. Everything returned to normal. Creak. The cultivation chamber's door opened from inside. Yi Yuan slowly walked out. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, the many deity realm powerhouses in the courtyard actually felt like Mount Tai Cruz. Plussing down on top all of a sudden. That sacred aura on Yi Yuan's body was cut from the same cloth as that light screen earlier. Seeing so many people gathered in the courtyard, Yi Yuan said with a puzzled look, "What are you all doing here?" Bai Chun came before Yi Yuan and briefly recounted the events that happened recently. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly when he heard it. This rumor was clearly intentionally spread by someone. In an instant, Yi Yuan thought of a lot. With Yi Yuan's understanding of Bai Chun, he would not do so. Then it was Mo Yun? Either that, or it was the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace who was unresigned to suffering a huge loss, deliberately fabricating this rumor and spreading it out. Except this hearsay was not a rumor, but real. Of course, there was still another kind of possibility. That was that somebody else knew his ident. 1. Taiyan wanted to borrow the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's strength to finish him off. These three situations were all possible. Could it be that Wu Meng Academy also had someone enter the Sky Foothill world? Yi Yuan's heart sunk. An inexplicable anger burned in his belly. It was not without this possibility. The Qin family could even influence Wu Meng City Lord's decision-making. Knowing that he was in the Sky Foothill world and getting this world's coordinates did not seem to be something unthinkable. Yi Yuan gave Bai Chun a glance and said with a frown, "You're injured?" he shot another glance at the azure peak lying on the ground and said, "It was done by that guy?" Chapter 1430 Secret Tampering. Chapter 1430 Secret Tampering. Seeing that Yi Yuan had signs of flying off the handle, Bai Chen hurriedly said, "Master mustn't get angry. Lord Divine Envoy cannot be offended." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said with a nod, "Fine, I got it." But Bai Chen only felt a blur before his eyes, and he lost sight of Yi Yuan. Bang! Everyone only felt their chrysanthemum tighten. One, Azure Peak's body was directly kicked flying. When Azure Peak made a move earlier, it was precisely when Yi Yuan and the lesser Heavenspan Mountain produced a resonance, with the might of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain leaking out. How could it allow a heaven-glimpsed deity realm fellow's impudence? With this, it just nicely knocked onto the spearhead. He was knocked unconscious by the recoil force. Right now, Azure Peak was in a deep coma. Yi Yuan was like kicking a rubber ball, one after another, not letting him land at all. Kicking over a dozen times in a row, Yi Yuan landed floatingly. Bang! Azure Peak's robust body landed. Cruce. H.I. plussing a stretch of green bricks. The group of martial artists all turned their faces over, unable to bear looking straight at it. But no idea why, including Bai Xiu, each and every one of them all felt very liberated. This Azure Peak relied on that he was a divine envoy. That was high, his nostrils were almost pointing to the sky. Furthermore, regardless of whether Bai Chen's strength was strong or not, he was the White Knight Sacred Palace's palace lord. Azure Peak disciplined him like a grandson that was disciplining the White Knight Sacred Palace as a grandson. How could they all, these people, feel like they had a face? Yi Yuan's way of doing things, they did not dare, but they felt very relieved watching. Amen, about there. Either way, he's unconscious and won't remember the things now either. Bring him down, and remember to arrange a first CLA. S wing room. Don't let people say that we slighted Lord Divine Envoy. Yi Yuan said faintly. Everyone exchanged glances and followed Yi Yuan to the Great Hall. After arriving at the Great Hall, everyone looked at Yi Yuan with eager eyes, wanting to speak, but finding it hard to speak up. Yi Yuan could not help smiling and said, "Say whatever you have. I'm not some ferocious beast either." All of them turned their gazes to Bai Chen. Bai Chen toughened his scalp and said with clasped hands, "Master Yi Yuan, actually, everyone is all worried about this rumor. We all want to ask whether, Master, you are an intruder or not. After all, Master Yi Yuan, you were originally a reclusive powerhouse. Furthermore, your age is young, and you have such terrifying cultivation. This is completely out of tune with our Sky Foothill World's powerhouses. But this time, Lord Divine Envoy brought the Tianlu Shrine over. Under the Tianlu Shrine, everything will be revealed." The moment these words came out, everyone's gazes were all glued on Yi Yuan, wanting to see what he had to say. In reality, everyone was stifled until they were about to explode. After all, it was a major life and death matter. Furthermore, the more it spread, the more vivid and dramatic. Everyone was naturally anxious and doubtful in their hearts. Bai Chen's complexion appeared somewhat pale because of nervousness and injuries. He was asking questions on the surface, but was actually warning Yi Yuan that it could not be hidden anymore. Take the chance when Lord Divine Envoy had not woken up yet, and hurry up and leave the Sky Foothill World. Yi Yuan gave him a glance, understanding tacitly, but said with a smile, "It's useless to say any more. Since Lord Divine Envoy brought the Tianlu Shrine over, then let him try. See whether or not he can reflect me, this intruder." The moment everyone heard this, they immediately heaved a long sigh in relief. With Grand Elder's words, "This large stone in our hearts finally landed." how can Grand Elder possibly be an intruder? When he was in a fierce battle with Lan Jiru, they already fought to that extent and didn't see Heavenly Tao produce any rejection towards him either. You don't say. These few days, it spread really vividly and dramatically. I was really somewhat scared. Isn't that so? That's primarily because Grand Elder is too young, too formidable, on a completely different level from us. These mediocre people. Ha ha ha. After everyone dissipated, inside the secret chamber, Bai Chun and Mo Yun's expressions were not too good. Master Yi Yuan, you'd best go. I know that you said that in order to placate everyone, but the Tianlu Shrine is different because it's created to specifically target you all, these trial takers. Bai Chun urged. Yi Yuan could not help becoming interested the moment he heard. Although this sky foothill world's Tao of artifact refinement was not above the heaven-span worlds, it had its uniqueness. Just what is this Tianlu Shrine? Talk about it. Yi Yuan asked. Bai Chun saw that Yi Yuan had an indifferent look and explained the origins of the Tianlu Shrine in detail. It turned out that the Sky Foothill world discovered that quite a number of trial takers all had many concealment means. As long as they did not urge divine essence to the limit, it was very hard to arouse Heavenly Tao's rejection. Even when facing deity realm powerhouses, they could cover up very well too. Hence, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace refined the Tianlu Shrine in order to make these people reveal everything. This Tianlu Shrine was said to be a celestial divine artifact refined by a peak 3-star artifact G.O.D. containing a portion of Sky Foothill Heavenly Tao's oppression. As long as one activated the Tianlu Shrine and intruders drew near within a certain range, it would automatically have a response and attack the other party. Even if your concealment means were heaven-defying and able to hide from the Tianlu Shrine's response, as long as you drip a drop of fresh blood in, it could sense it too. According to what I know, there are already no less than several hundred trial takers who have died under the Tianlu Shrine. Lord Yi Yuan, you'd best leave. Mo Yun also urged bitterly. Yi Yuan also clicked his tongue in wonder when he heard. This artifact refining ability was truly impressive to actually be able to integrate a trace of Heavenly Tao into the divine artifact. This artificer's means were really impressive. After listening to these, Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, I said before, for the sake of the myriad longevity, Heavenly Soul Stone, I'll do whatever it takes. You guys rest assured if I really can't hide from the Tianlu Shrine's investigation, I won't implicate you all either. The moment Bai Chun heard, he was indignant and said angrily, Master Yi Yuan, what are you saying? This life of mine was given by you. Would I still be scared of you implicating? It's just that this Tianlu Shrine is truly too formidable. I'm afraid. One could tell that Bai Chun was really worried about Yi Yuan's safety. If he really was found out, even if this Azure Peak could not make Yi Yuan stay, it would also be very hard for Yi Yuan to escape the Sky Foothill world. Yi Yuan smiled and patted Bai Chun's shoulder and slowly left. Azure Peak abruptly opened both eyes and suddenly sat up in shock. Arg! Pain! So painful! Green veins throbbed on Azure Peak's forehead, instantly breaking out into cold sweat. Waves of heart-piercing pain seemingly spread throughout his entire body like an uninterrupted electric current. Slam! Azure Peak directly rolled off the bed and tumbled about on the ground in agony. He could not even emit a cry for help. Those few kicks of Yi Yuan seemed ordinary and bland. Actually, each kick was very particular. One should not look at what Yi Yuan's background was. In fact, he was too familiar with the acupoints on a martial artist's body. With the physical body toughness of deity realm powerhouses, those few kicks did not leave any hidden injuries on his body. It just released his backlash injuries to the greatest extent. Now, The moment he was awake, this pain instantly erupted, making him suffer for quite a while. The current Azure Peak was curled up on the ground, his body twitching non-stop, looking incomparably miserable. 1B, U, T, T clench. Chapter 1430, Testing Blood. Chapter 1430, Testing Blood. No idea how long had Pa said either. The pain finally subsided. Azure Peak's forelimbs finally recovered some mobility. However, he only barely managed to stand up after trying for a long time. His entire person seemed to be drained, without a trace of strength, from head to foot. During this long time, he maintained clarity of his consciousness from start to end, but was utterly helpless. Every hint of pain on his body was transmitted into his brain clearly, like tide water, without break. Azure Peak very much wanted to faint, but he discovered to his dismay that he could not do it at all. This period of time was simply even worse than death. D.A.M. and White Knight Sacred Palace. If I discover that Yi Yuan is an intruder, I'll definitely not spare even the chickens and dogs. Azure Peak gnashed his teeth and said in hatred. At this time, Bai Xiu's voice sounded out from outside the door. Has Lord Azure Peak rested well? Palace Lord and Grand Elder have made this lowly one come and invite Lord Divine Envoy to the great hall. Hua! The door was opened violently from the inside. Azure Peak's face was sullen until water was virtually about to drip out. Rest? That was called rest, just now. He was hurting until he was practically about to commit suicide just now. You guys actually said that it was resting. Azure Peak wanted to kill people right now. He really wanted to kill people. What's with Lord Azure Peak? Could it be that you're blaming our White Knight Sacred Palace for the poor reception? Lord Divine Envoy suffered the backlash force and injured the internal organs. Grand Elder said that he helped Lord Divine Envoy purge the hidden injuries with a special technique. There's absolutely no sequela. Could it be that Grand Elder, he didn't cure Lord Divine Envoy's hidden injuries? Bai Xiu pretended to be surprised. Azure Peak was just about to flare up when he suddenly frowned. He viewed internally and discovered that the internal injuries he suffered because of the backlash force were indeed already cured. The meridians in his whole body were obstructed and actually had a refres. Plussing feeling. This discovery made his expression ease up slightly. Could it be that Yi Yuan really treated him? Recalling that palm of his, the backlash force was indeed not small. It would likely leave behind considerable hidden injuries. Now, the injuries were completely healed. Clearly, he had obtained treatment. It was just that this treatment was a little too painful, right? MN, the hidden injuries are already healed. Lead the way. Azure Peak said coldly. This Azure Peak, as a divine envoy, was clearly an extremely prideful person. Since the other party was really treating him, he did not wish to let the other party know such a deplorable side of him. Bai Xiu already had flowers bloom in his heart long ago. If he was not in front of Azure Peak, he would practically be laughing until he rolled on the ground. But Bai Xiu was not Bai Chun, that sort of little chap. He was in a high position all year round. His shrewdness was rather deep. He did not show the slightest hint of emotion on the surface. Yi Yuan invited him to watch a good show. That scene of Azure Peak rolling about on the ground in pain previously, he saw it all clearly outside the window. How smart was Bai Xiu? He knew that it was Yi Yuan's underhanded trick done in secret. Originally, he was still apprehensive, worried that Azure Peak would utterly rampage after coming out. But when he said it according to the words Yi Yuan taught him, he discovered that Azure Peak's complexion immediately became much better. Just as Yi Yuan said, not only would he not blame, he would even be secretly grateful in his heart. Currently, He was simply prostrating on all fours in admiration toward this grand elder. Azure Peak sucking in cold air, while on the ground in pain. He heard it clearly outside. To be able to make a grand completion, heaven glimpse, powerhouse, agonized, until he wished he was dead, that pain could be imagined. Not only did he not sign blame, but his reaction was also really calm and smooth. This method, probably only Grand Elder, this kind of figure, could accomplish it, right? Coming to the great hall, Yi Yuan greeted with a smile and said with clasped hands, White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder, Yi Yuan respectfully welcomes Lord Divine Envoy. Previously, this Yi Yuan was in close seclusion, resulting in slighting Lord Divine Envoy. Truly sorry, this Yi apologizes and asks Lord Divine Envoy for punishment. Yi Yuan's attitude was very sincere, like he was really going to bow down. Azure Peak hurriedly supported his arm and said coolly, no need. Yi Yuan said joyfully, Lord Divine Envoy is indeed an exalted envoy with a broad breadth of mind. Oh, right, the cultivation method that this Yi cultivates is rather peculiar. Once somebody draws near, there will be an extremely powerful backlash force, resulting in accidentally injuring your excellency. This Yi is truly guilty and deserves 10,000 deaths. Fortunately, this Yi has some unique methods and helped Lord Divine Envoy open up the meridians, relieving the hidden injuries. This method is a bit painful, but the effects are very good. I wonder if your excellency still has ailments now. Azure Peak's muscles twitched slightly. It was more than a bit painful. It was simply painful until he wished to die. However, the effects were really good. Otherwise, if he went back to report completion of the mission with hidden injuries, he really had no idea how he would be laughed at. Amen, it's already well. Azure Peak still said coolly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, then that's good. Since Lord Divine Envoy already arrived, then let's get down to business first. This Yi was just a reclusive cultivator previously. How am I some intruder? Some people like to cause trouble by spreading rumors, truly detestable. Seeing Yi Yuan so calm, Azure Peak unwittingly really started to somewhat doubt it in his heart. Although this rumor started from D knows where, without a doubt, the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's suspicions were the greatest. But as long as there was a trace of possibility, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace would not let it go either. Furthermore, such an expert suddenly emerged. How could they possibly not be careful? Whether or not it's a rumor, we'll know after testing. Azure Peak still continued his indifferent style. Finished talking, Azure Peak slightly formed a seal. A box-sized shrine rested on his palm. Yi Yuan was currently in a position of face-to-face with Azure Peak. This distance, if the Tianlu Shrine had a response, it should have long unleashed an attack. But the Tianlu Shrine did not have any movements at all. Seeing this scene, everyone in the White Knight Sacred Palace all heaved a long sigh in relief. Like I said, how can Grand Elder possibly be an intruder? It must be the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, that bunch of BASTARDS. After the miserable defeat this time, they harbored hatred in their hearts and deliberately fabricated rumors. Autumn Rain Sacred Palace. We are not done with them. The White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses all pointed the spearheads at the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, obviously thinking that this was their idea. However, the worry of Bai Chun and Mo Yun in the two persons' hearts did not disappear at this point. After all, the most crucial part of the Tianlu Shrine was still the blood test, this checkpoint. Sure enough, Azure Peak said coolly, the aura on the surface can be disguised. But the heavenly Tao laws contained in the martial artist's blood cannot be disguised. Elder Yi, please. A martial artist's growth was the process of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual energy. During this process, one would naturally bring the aura of heavenly Tao into their own blood too, hence verifying a martial artist's ident. 1. Tai. The most reliable was still blood. When Mo Yun and Bai Chen Duo heard this, their hearts leaped to their throats. The rest also stopped the din, looking towards Yi Yuan with unmoving eyes. The instances of finding out using blood were not few. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and did not hesitate either, only to see a cold light flash. Yi Yuan's finger had a gash added to it. Drip. A drop of fresh blood flowed down the fingertip and dripped into the Tianlu shrine. Everyone's breathing all became ragged. Chapter 1432 addressing as brothers. Chapter 1432 addressing as brothers Swiss. H. Plus all of a sudden, the Tianlu shrine burst forth with a dazzling golden light. S. H. I. Plus Ning until everyone could not open their eyes. Azure Peak's expression turned sharp. His deadpan face finally revealed a surprised expression. It was also the group of White Knight powerhouses' first time seeing the Tianlu shrine, and they did not know what this golden light represented. Bai Chen could not resist asking, Lord Divine Envoy, what does this golden light represent? Is Grand Elder an intruder or not? Azure Peak's expression turned cold, and he said solemnly, Intruder my ass. The guy who spread this rumor will die a horrible death. Elder Yi is pure until he cannot be purer sky foothill martial artist. Everyone was first stunned and immediately revealed a look of great joy, since Azure Peak said so. Then it was impossible for Yi Yuan to be some intruder anymore. The shock in Bai Chen's heart could not be any greater. He looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly, giving him a calm look, except the elation on Bai Chen's face. At this time he did not need to act at all. This result, he was really too surprised. Only he and Mo Yun, two people, knew best. Master Yi Yuan was absolutely an outside trial taker, but just what method he used to actually even outsmart the Tianlu shrine, one had to know that all of the outside world's trial takers, even grand completion heaven glimpse trial takers, could not escape the Tianlu shrine's verification. Yet only Yi Yuan did it. This kind of ability was simply inconceivable. To be able to change the exterior aura and hide from the Tianlu shrine's investigation, this was not anything impressive. But the blood in a martial artist's body, how did one change the aura to hide from the Tianlu shrine's investigation? He naturally did not know that Yi Yuan did not use some secret art to conceal the aura in his body, but simulated the sky foothill heavenly Tao's aura with the lesser heavenspan mountain. This kind of imitation was not on the surface, but fused into every inch of the skin on his body, including the blood. Forget about a measly little Tianlu shrine. Even the real heavenly Tao could not distinguish it. Bai Chen discovered that this master he acknowledged was simply an omnipotent Ji. Oh, it seemed like there was nothing he could not do. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Seems like this Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai shouldn't have anything worth suspecting, right? At this time, Azure Peak's face actually squeezed out a hint of a smile and said to Yi Yuan with clasped hands, Elder Yi, I've given offense previously, but Azure Peak is here under orders and didn't have the intention of being hard on the White Knight's sacred palace. Please excuse me. The moment these words came out, White Knight's group virtually did not dare to believe their own ears. Such a proud divine envoy Azure Peak was actually so courteous to Yi Yuan. This was not logical. It seemed like the issue lay with that golden light. It was just that, no idea what that golden light represented. Yi Yuan smiled and said, What's Lord Divine Envoy saying here? You're a divine envoy, representing the paramount sky foothill, Divine Palace. To be able to welcome Lord Azure Peak is our White Knight Sacred Palace's honor. Azure Peak suddenly felt that this Yi Yuan looked so pleasing to the eye. Don't keep calling Lord Divine Envoy. I'm a few years older than you. Just call me Big Brother Azure Peak. Azure Peak said with a laugh. Yi Yuan did not stand on ceremony either, and said with a smile, Big Brother Azure Peak. The two people exchanged glances and smiles, writing off all enmity. All right, this matter is settled. I'll also have to go back to report on completion of the mission. Azure Peak said with clasped hands. Since that's the case, I won't hold Big Brother Azure Peak back anymore. Take care. Yi Yuan also clasped his hands and said, Azure Peak bade farewell to everyone. When he turned around and left, he said with vicissitudes of emotion, This child is actually able to trigger the Tianlu Shrine's golden light, indicating that he has grasped the complete sky foothill laws. No wonder his strength is so powerful. This child's future is limitless and is bound to enter the Sky Foothill Divine Palace in the future. Building good relations with him might be beneficial to me in the future. Finished talking, his figure flashed, disappearing from where he was. In the White Knight Sacred Palace, everyone finally truly relaxed. That golden light is definitely remarkable. You all didn't see Lord Azure Peak's expression. It changed at that time. Grand Elder actually addressed Lord Divine Envoy as his brother. Let me see if the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, that bunch of trash, still dares to be arrogant. The Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, that bunch of trash, used this kind of despicable method to disgust us when they can't beat us. Truly too abominable. One of these days, we'll exterminate that bunch of grandsons. Everyone tried to get a word in, but Yi Yuan fell into contemplation. Was it really a stumbling block done by the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace? Afraid not. Yi Yuan thought. What did you say? The Divine Palace's divine envoy went to the White Knight Sacred Palace and then left just like that. When Qin Tian heard this news, he nearly jumped up. No, wait, should be almost spilled the beans. Yes, Palace Lord. Somebody saw that when Yi Yuan saw the divine envoy out, they addressed each other as brothers, their relations. I plus P appearing rather good, that subordinate said. A mouthful of coagulated blood in Qin Tian's chest nearly spewed out. He forcefully suppressed that mouthful of coagulated blood and said coldly, All right, it looks like it was this palace lord who made a mistake. Withdraw. Continue keeping a close watch for me. Yes, Palace Lord. After that subordinate withdrew, the coagulated blood that Qin Tian suppressed could not be endured anymore, spouting out. This is impossible. That Tianlu Shrine is so formidable. How in the world did Yi Yuan avoid it? Could it be that he came out of the Sky Foothill world to begin with? No way. This coordinate had restrictions placed by City Lord, His Excellency. It's impossible for somebody to escape the Sky Foothill world. Just how many secrets are hidden on this D.A.M.N. fellow's body? Qin Tian was depressed, failed to screw Yi Yuan over. His heart was struck with anger for a moment, and his injuries actually worsened once again. Looks like there's only making a move myself personally after healing my injuries. Inside the world-suppressing steel, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. His aura was much stronger compared to before. I didn't expect that after expending so many medicinal pills, I actually only cultivated to the half-step Heaven Glimpse realm. This Chaos Heavenspan cannon is truly too resource-intensive, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Without a doubt, the Chaos Heavenspan cannon was a top-tier powerful cultivation method in the world, but the money-burning extent of this cultivation method, Yi Yuan felt greatly overwhelmed too. Before he came, he used points and divine essence stones to exchange for a large batch of spirit medicines. It was actually only able to support him cultivating to the half-step heaven glimpse realm. If it were others, they would have long cultivated to initial stage heaven glimpse. This cultivation method of yours is indeed unusual. The resources expended is a lot, but it can exchange for powerful strength. What's there to be unsatisfied with? Fortunately, you entered the selfless realm last time and already created the second level cultivation method. You only need an opportunity now, and you can break through to heaven glimpse deity realm. Dustless said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, that death cultivation was really very scary. I almost died under my own sword at that time. Such a perverse cultivation method. I really don't know how Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove thought of it. However, while this method is dangerous, it's really very effective. For people, their greatest opponent is not the enemy, but themselves. Right at this time, a communication talisman broke into Yi Yuan's closed seclusion area. Yi Yuan checked it, the corners of his mouth revealing a hint of a smile. The Divine Ruins was finally about to open up. Chapter 1433, Powerful Enemies All Round. Chapter 1433, Powerful Enemies All Round. Ha ha! I finally recovered. Yi Yuan, this time I'll see where you can escape. Inside the Life and Sacred Palace's hidden chamber, Qin Tian suddenly snapped open his eyes, bursting forth with rays of brilliant light. He was in close seclusion here for 10 years. Today, he finally healed all of his injuries. All of the grudges and enmity shall be settled in full this time. Wu Hen, your subordinate is present. Has the White Knight's Sacred Palace set off yet? Already set off for the Divine Ruins. Palace Lord, should we set off too? Depart. This trip, we have to return fully loaded. Yes, Palace Lord. After Wu Hen left, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Qin Tian's mouth. All right, I came, so I can't return empty-handed. In front of him was a massive stretch of ruins, but the waves of terrifying aura exuding out from inside. Even Yi Yuan felt his heart palpitate too. This divine ruins seemed to have existed here since ancient times. This place was both unusually dangerous and also full of opportunities. This place was also a place filled with dangers to origin deity realm powerhouses. The entrance to the divine ruins was a volcanic crater. The place had a stretch of pure white bones, seemingly declaring to everyone death. Yi Yuan had not approached the entrance area yet and already sensed the rolling heat waves surge over. This terrifying temperature. Even he, this half step into heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouse, not quite bear it. Once entered from there, the temperature inside could only be imagined. It's probably Grand Elder's first time coming to the Divine Ruins, right? When Bai Xiu saw Yi Yuan's expression, he guessed it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, in the past, I've always been cultivating bitterly in closed seclusion. It's really my first time coming to this Divine Ruins. Bai Xiu said, the peripherals of the Divine Ruins have a natural flame restriction that can incinerate everything. Even peak origin deity powerhouses aren't able to enter inside normally too. Every 1,000 years or so, this restriction power will have a period of dormancy. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace's Divine Palace Lord will use a celestial divine artifact, the Flame Restriction Seal, and break the restriction, letting us enter. Yi Yuan nodded and said, so that's how it is. At this time, a large group of deity realm powerhouses flew over from the horizon. They were precisely the Autumn Rain Sacred Palaces, Hua Tianyang and company. The atmosphere on the White Knight Sacred Palace's side changed all at once. Especially Bai Chun, his 2 eyes were about to spew fire. He only hated that his strength was too weak. Otherwise, he would have long charged forward to fight it out with Hua Tianyang. The moment the autumn rain's sacred palace landed, it became dangerously explosive between the two major forces, with major signs of attacking at a word of disagreement. Goodness me, my eldest nephew, don't use this expression to look at this palace lord. In a while, when inside, it wouldn't be good if this palace lord accidentally pushes you into the fire pit, Hu Tianyong said with a taunting look. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "With the likes of you?" Hu Tianyong's expression became stifled, his eyes full of apprehension. If not for this guy in front of him, they would have long eradicated the White Knight's sacred palace. Punk, don't get C. Oh, C. KY first. It's not late to be C. Oh, C. KY after you can come out of the divine ruins. Hu Tianyong said with a cold smile. Finished talking, Hu Tianyong brought the autumn rain's sacred palace's powerhouses to one side. Yi Yuan's expression turned grim. This Hu Tianyong had an underlying meaning in his words. Bai Xiu's expression was not too good as well. Moving close in front of Yi Yuan, he said softly, "Grand Elder, this Hu Tianyong seems to be somewhat off." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Looking at his appearance, he seems to be relying on something. You go and warn everybody. After entering the divine ruins, in a while, be more careful." Bai Xiu nodded and said, "Amen, got it." As they were talking, one group of force after another arrived in succession. The entrance area became much more lively all at once. But the various major forces seemed to be very interested in the White Knight Sacred Palace. I really didn't expect that the White Knight Sacred Palace actually let a kid still wet behind his ears become the palace lord. I really don't know what that Bai Xiu is thinking. Haha, this is probably the funniest scene in the history of the Sky Foothill world, right? An initial stage grotto profound chap is actually leading a group of Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. Really funny. Heard that their grand elder, Yi Yuan, is very formidable. Not only is his strength powerful, he even has a powerful ghost Dao powerhouse by his side, capable of fighting evenly with Hu Tianyong. These discussions made the Bai Chen beside Yi Yuan appear rather restless and uneasy. He knew that after Master obtained the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone, he might be leaving the Sky Foothill world. At that time, how was he going to face the numerous powerful enemies? Everybody in the world can look down on you. Only you can't. They all feel that you can't make it, so you do it for them to see and make all of them shut up. Yi Yuan said coolly. Bai Chen's gaze turned intent, and his mood immediately calmed down, and he said with a nod, "I understand. Master." Right at this time, several profiles flew over from the horizon again. The person in the center rode on a tiger with wings, with the air of an expert. This person's aura was incomparably powerful. The person had yet to arrive, and a powerful aura already enveloped over, making everyone's faces change. Origin Deity powerhouse. Yi Yuan's expression turned stern, looking at that old man on the tiger's back. This should be the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine official. Very soon, his gaze was placed on a person behind the old man. It was actually an old acquaintance. Who could it be if not Azure Peak? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that the faces of everyone around him changed. The atmosphere on the White Knight's sacred palace's side became oppressed all of a sudden. Yi Yuan had a blank look and asked Bai Xiu, "What's wrong?" Bai Xiu's expression was ugly to the extreme as he said, "No wonder Hu Tianyong was so see Kentucky. It looks like he had long gotten the news. This divine official is the Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace's previous generation palace lord, Duan Fei." Yi Yuan's expression also changed when he heard it. He did not expect that there was actually still such a coincidental thing. He knew that in the Sky Foothill world, as long as one could break through to the Origin Deity realm, they would be called away by the Sky Foothill Divine Palace, becoming the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine official. After becoming a divine official, they must cut off all relations with their original sacred palace and serve the Sky Foothill Divine Palace faithfully. However, even if he became a divine official, he was still a human after all. People had feelings. How could it be possible to turn a blind eye to their original faction? From Hua Tianyang's performance, he had clearly long known that the divine official coming this time was Duan Fei. This indicated that Duan Fei definitely notified him in advance. Then, during the Divine Ruins trip this time, what Duan Fei would do, use one's T to think, and they would also know. Yi Yuan immediately felt a headache coming One Hua Tianyang was already troublesome enough. Adding on another origin deity powerhouse, Duan Fei, this trip was really perilous. Yi Yuan, that guy wearing a mask, his entire body's aura cold and gloomy, seems to be constantly paying attention to you. This person seems to be rather familiar. Dustless's voice sounded out in Yi Yuan's mind, making Yi Yuan's heart jump again. Paying attention to me? Rather familiar? A hint of a bitter smile flashed across in Yi Yuan's heart, and he said, I think I know who he is. I really didn't think that everyone got together. You know who he is? Dustless said curiously. Apart from Qin Tian, who else can there be? Yi Yuan said coldly. Chapter 1434, A Bunch of Cannon Fodders. Chapter 1434, A Bunch of Cannon Fodders. It's him. Dustless was also somewhat surprised, as he said, the rumor that spread last time, everybody said that it was done by the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace. However, that doesn't conform to common sense. The most logical situation should be that somebody knows my ident. 1. Taiyan wants to put me to death. Previously, I was only suspecting. Now, already his aura has changed drastically. I'm very certain that he's Qin Tian. Yi Yuan said. Dustless came to a realization and said, looking at it this way, it really is so. Looks like Wu Meng Academy. That side is really unreliable. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, our city lord is really indulgent enough toward the Qin family. Dustless fell silent. Qin Tian's appearance made Yi Yuan lost the last trace of favorable impression towards the Wu Meng city lord. Now, an origin deity realm Duan Fei, a grand completion heaven glimpse Hua Tianyang, plus a grand completion heaven glimpse Qin Tian. This divine ruins trip was really extremely dangerous. These three people added up were even a bit more dangerous than the divine ruins. Then, do you still want to enter? Dustless said, why wouldn't I go in? I have no time to wait anymore. This divine ruins open once every 1,000 years. For the sake of the myriad longevity, heavenly soul stone, I must enter. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Boom. Right at this time, the volcano that had always been in turmoil finally erupted. Violent magma was seemingly like a fountain spraying out nonstop, presenting a magnificent sight. Everyone was extremely far away, but under the impact of wave after wave of heat waves, some staggered unsteadily on their feet. Everyone all mustered up divine essence, covering the surface of the body to resist these heat waves. Suddenly, Duan Fei felt something, turning his head and looking in Yi Yuan's direction, only to see that when those air billows approached Yi Yuan's proximity, they seemed to split, automatically dividing into two halves flowing past from Yi Yuan's side. A hint of strange look flashed across in Duan Fei's eyes, and he turned his head around again. No idea how long had Pa.S. said either the volcanic eruption was finally done. Everything returned to normal. Those horrifying heat waves finally took away the temperature. Now is the time. Duan Fei gave a cold cry. A hint of stunning light flashed in his hands. The flame restriction Seal flagrantly attacked. Everyone only saw a streak of white light tear across the horizon, flying straight for the volcanic entrance. A light halo spread out. Everyone immediately felt that temperature drop significantly. That natural flame restriction finally had a gap opened up. Done with all these, Duan Fei looked in the White Knight Sacred Palace's direction and said coolly, "White Knight Sacred Palace, enter first. The others follow closely behind." It indeed came. The divine ruins had not opened for 1,000 years. It was not known how many powerful existences had Ned inside again. Letting the White Knight Sacred Palace enter first was the idea of letting them be cannon fodders and scout the path. This targeting was truly a bit too obvious. The White Knight Sacred Palace's people all dared to feel indignant, but did not dare to speak. Bai Chun was even angered until his face turned red. Wisconsin H. I, plussing to go up to find Duan Fei and risk his life, while the other sacred palaces let things drift if it did not affect them personally, gloating over others' misfortunes by the side. Yi Yuan gave Duan Fei a glance and discovered that he was currently sizing him up with interest. At once, he said indifferently, "Come on, Grand Elder." Bai Xiu said unwillingly. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, "Go." The current Yi Yuan already established an absolute prestige in the White Knight Sacred Palace. With him being furious, the others could only swallow the insult and endure in silence, following him and flying towards the volcanic entrance. Seeing this scene, Duan Fei's face revealed a trace of surprise. He thought that Yi Yuan was young and would definitely find him to argue. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually forcefully endured it. Hua Tianyang's face revealed a smug smile. With the old palace lord around, it is really too awesome. I hope that these guys step on more landmines and die out. Grand Elder, they are being too much. Bai Xiu said indignantly, "Yeah, Master, why did we just swallow the insult and endure in silence?" Bai Chen also said unhappily. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Otherwise what? You guys finding him to go and risk your lives?" Everyone could not help choking up. Finding an origin deity powerhouse to put up a desperate fight. Wasn't this courting death? But the Divine Palace has regulations. The Divine Palace is not to have ties with their original faction. Bai Xiu said with indignation. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "My deputy palace lord, you're also someone up in the years. How can you be so naive? If you become a divine official, will you break away but still remain connected or not?" Bai Xiu froze. His face immediately flues. I, plussing red, but said no more. In all fairness, he could not do it. Hence, don't feel any psychological imbalance either. Want to blame, can only blame you all for not having people in the Divine Palace. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace setting this rule. It's just in order to better govern the various forces and maintain the Sky Foothill world's balance. But to really talk about completely prohibiting it, that's impossible. Therefore, going to find him to reason can only invite humiliation. Yi Yuan said coolly. The words made everyone speechless. Clearly, Yi Yuan saw it more thoroughly than them. For Duan Fei to dare do so, there must be a contingency plan waiting for them. As long as they knocked into the spearhead, it was not overboard to make 1 or 2 people the first targets of punishment. Hence, it was better to be more low profile. Wasn't it just being cannon fodders? We'll do it. At least on the surface, Duan Fei did not dare to kill people without any reason. After all, so many eyes were watching. Yi Yuan entered first, flying straight into the volcanic entrance. The rest followed him, entering in a single file. No idea how long he flew either. Yi Yuan finally landed. What entered the eyes was full of magma, with sparks flying in all directions, looking soul-stirring. Careful, Grand Elder! Bai Xiu suddenly shouted. Yi Yuan had just landed when a ball of fire flew over towards Yi Yuan, its speed quick to the extreme. However, Yi Yuan's sword was even faster than it. Whose? H. Plus Yi Yuan had long detected the approach of danger. Lifting his hand, it was sundering stars. Boom! That ball of fire was directly chopped flying out. SMAs. Plussing into the rock wall. It's a lava flying monster. Divine rank lava flying monster. Not good. They normally appear in groups. Bai Xiu's expression changed as he said. Bai Xiu's voice had yet to face when everyone just felt a blur before their eyes and saw many Fireb. S rush out of the lava, just like that one earlier. They were precisely the lava-flying monsters. At a glance, the numbers were likely no less than 100. Over 100 divine, rank lava-flying monsters made people's eyes blurry. The commotion was outrageous. As long as by one, they would be crippled even if not dead. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, "Be careful, elders. Guard the periphery. The rest in the inner circle." Of the 9 elders, only 3 came this time. Adding Yi Yuan and Bai Xiu, there were a total of 5 heaven glimpses and above strength. Under Yi Yuan's word of command, everyone immediately formed inner and outer 2 circles to carry out the defense. These lava-flying monsters were extremely powerful. Even if heaven glimpse powerhouses were struck, they would probably lose a layer of skin too. Even Yi Yuan did not dare to slight it too. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The lava-flying monsters' trajectories were virtually untraceable. Furthermore, they were swift to the extreme, simply impossible to guard against. In a blink, that bunch of flying monsters arrived in front of them. Attack! Yi Yuan gave a loud cry. Lifting his hand, it was several sundering stars tearing through the air. Bang! 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 Several lava-flying monsters were hacked flying. Bai Chun hid in the inner circle, only to see a blur before his eyes. A surge of heat waves. Him head on. Wanting to defend was already too late. Chapter 1435, Giant Flame Stoneman. Chapter 1435, Giant Flame Stoneman. Whose? Plus a ray of sword light came through the sky, chopping that lava-flying monster flying. Bang! At the same time, only to hear a loud bang. Yi Yuan's body was directly smashed flying out. Poork! Yi Yuan directly spewed out a mouthful of blood, but immediately adjusted his position in the air, abruptly borrowing force, and returned into the group battle. In midair, he even managed to find time to release several swords, cutting down lava-flying monsters. Master Yi Yuan! Bai Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. If not for Yi Yuan helping him to block this, he would be dead for sure. "I'm fine. This thing's speed is too fast. Be careful," Yi Yuan said solemnly. Forcefully taking the hit of a lava-flying monster, Yi Yuan felt his blood in turmoil too. Fortunately, his fleshy body was already grand completion, first transformation, and what he cultivated was also the black tortoise treasure body divine art. His defensive power was more than several times stronger than those in the same rank. A one-time impact would not cause fatal damage to him yet. Bai Chun clenched his jaws. Self-reproaching emotions had long already filled his chest. Who said that the trial takers were all bad guys who destroyed the Sky Foothill world? Master, he values relations and sentiments immensely, D knows how many times better than the Sky Foothill world's people. It's all my fault. All my fault for being too weak. I want to become strong. I can't become Master's burden. A surge of powerful fighting spirit erupted from his body. Kill! Bai Chen's spear was peerlessly domineering, brazenly attacking. In this instance, a trace of enlightenment was produced in Bai Chen's heart. Originally, he could not catch the lava flying monsters at all. At this time, he actually saw it incomparably clearly. His spear tip was actually slowing down. Boom! This spear struck a lava-flying monster without any deviation. Yi Yuan's hands did not slow down in the slightest, but taking this spear of Bai Chen's into his sights, revealing a hint of a praising smile. "Haha, I finally did it," Bai Chen said excitedly. "Pretty well done. Careful, coming again." Yi Yuan warned. Bai Chen's face fell, his spear stabbing out once more. In a blink, over 100 lava-flying monsters were all blasted away. On the ground, on the rock walls, were holes everywhere. Yi Yuan alone virtually resisted over half of the lava-flying monsters. Otherwise, their party would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Bai Chen came before Yi Yuan with a self-reproaching look and said, "Master, it was all my fault causing you to be injured." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You've already done very well. These lava-flying monsters are not what the current you can resist. These few years, your painstaking cultivation, Master has seen it. Now, your spear art finally improved further. Congratulations!" With Bai Chen's strength, blocking one or two that were weaker was still okay. Some lava-flying monsters' impact force already approached Heaven Glimpse realm. How could it be what he was able to deal with? These few years, Bai Chen trained in the spear for all he was worth, wanting to reach the realm of that spear Yi Yuan exhibited. For this, he was tired out until all the divine essence in his body was exhausted D knows how many times, collapsing weakly onto the ground. All these, Yi Yuan naturally saw it. Presently, his spear art was finally mastered, his strength increasing greatly. Hoo-hoo, Elder Ye's sword art is transcendent. How impressive! Facing so many lava-flying monsters, not a single person actually died. Truly impressive. At this time, the others also descended from the sky and landed onto the ground. Hua Tianyang directly taunted Yi Yuan knew that they had come over long ago. But each and every one of them watched indifferently without lending a hand. Most likely, they all hoped to see the White Knight Sacred Palace suffer heavy casualties. Just now, that lava-flying monster almost killed Bai Chen. Hua Tianyang had a look of excitement, but he did not expect that Yi Yuan saved Bai Chen at the risk of suffering a blow himself. Even more unexpected was that Yi Yuan was actually still able to maintain such powerful combat strength after suffering such a heavy blow. Right now, although these words were ridiculing, it actually also had some sour taste in it. Yi Yuan just smiled when he heard that and said, "Sorry about that, disappointed you. This bit of minor trouble. This ye can still resolve it. Just take it as blazing the trail for Lord Divine Official." "Don't you say so, Lord Divine Official?" Yi Yuan looked at Duan Fei with a wide grin. Duan Fei grunted his assent and said, "Elder Yi indeed has fine means. If you don't fall, you and I might even work together one day." Duan Fei's words immediately caused an uproar. There were dozens of Heaven Glimpse powerhouses here, but among them Body dared to say that they would become Origin Deity powerhouses. Breaking through to the Origin Deity realm was far too difficult. Hence, Duan Fei's appraisal of Yi Yuan could not be said to not be high. Of course, the prerequisite was that he did not perish. Plus everyone was smart and naturally heard insinuation. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "This Yi likely won't have that good fortune." Everyone's expressions changed. This Yi Yuan's guts were plucky. The meaning of his words was naturally not saying that he would fall, but saying that Duan Fei would not live till that day. These two people's words hid needles, the smell of gunpowder rather strong. Duan Fei's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Elder Yi, please go ahead." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Go." Yi Yuan took the lead and continued leading the White Knight's Sacred Palace's people as cannon fodders. This was a wide stone bridge. The two sides of the stone bridge were endless magma. Yi Yuan could sense those powerful restriction undulations on both sides, and above walking on the stone bridge, Yi Yuan reckoned that this celestial deity's sky foothills comprehensions in fire laws must be extremely deep. This restriction power, forget about the deity, realm, three realms, martial artists, even divine, Lord Realm, probably could not withstand it too. Quickly look, purple sand gold. What a large chunk of purple sand gold. Bai Chen suddenly shouted. Duan Fei's eyes lit up and saw that at the end of the stone bridge, a piece of enormous rock was mounted on that cliff wall. It was likely as large as 3 people wrapped their arms around. Purple sand gold was an excellent material for refining celestial divine artifacts with a wide range of uses. The Sky Foothill World's artifact, refining path, being prosperous had a lot to do with the existence of the purple sand gold. Such a large chunk of purple sand gold could be said to be worth several cities. But everyone's faces did not have very happy expressions, because according to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's rules, purple sand gold, this level of material, all completely belonged to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. Palace Lord Bai Chen, go and pluck down the purple sand gold. At this time, it's time for your White Knight's Sacred Palace to show loyalty. Duan Fei turned to Bai Chen and said indifferently. Bai Chen was practically about to explode. He glared at Duan Fei and said, places that have purple sand gold are bound to have giant flame stone men. If Lord Divine, official wants to kill me, just say a word. Why is there a need to do so? Duan Fei smiled and said, why, Palace Lord Bai Chen's meaning is that the White Knight's Sacred Palace is going to oppose the Divine Palace. Bai Chen's expression changed, simply infuriated to the extreme. Duan Fei, this guy, was clearly going to screw the White Knight's Sacred Palace to death. Best for me to go then. Lord Divine Official's charge is a little too big. We can't bear it. Yi Yuan said coolly, Master, a giant flame stoneman is extremely strong. Such a large chunk of purple sand gold. It must be adult giant flame stoneman guarding it, existences that rivals middle stage heaven glimpse powerhouses. Bai Chen gritted his teeth and said, Yi Yuan smiled and said, relax, it's fine. Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure floated away, arriving at the purple sand gold's area in a blink of an eye. Swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus Yi Yuan unleashed several slashes with a raise of a hand and directly cut out that purple sand gold. Slam, slam, slam. Indeed, as expected, a giant stoneman covered in flames all over appeared in front of everyone. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Duan Fei's mouth. But very soon, his smile turned stiff on his face. Chapter 1436 Winds of Fortune Change. 1436 Winds of Fortune Change. Lord Divine Official, catch! Yi Yuan urged his palm force. That chunk of incomparably sieve and heavy purple sand gold flew straight at Duan Fei. Duan Fei's expression changed several times, finally still catching it and putting it away into his storage ring. But right then, everyone's expression became unbelievably ugly. The front of the bridge and rear were all blocked by giant flame stone men. These giant flame stone men all had incomparably strong auras. Clearly, they were not easy to deal with. There are normally only 1 or 2 giant flame stone men around purple sand gold. How come there are so many? These giant flame stonemen's auras are so strong. Quite a number are even heaven glimpse realm existences. We're dead this time. You guys, look, there are still more below. They are climbing up. Everyone looked down the bridge, and discovered that there were still many giant flame stone men scaling up the rock wall. With this, the surroundings were all surrounded by giant flame stone men. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he shouted fiercely, "Charge with me! Rush in!" Done talking, Yi Yuan held the evil extermination sword out and charged over toward the giant flame stone men ahead. The White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses did not hesitate in the slightest, following Yi Yuan and charging over in the direction of the divine ruins' depths. Clank! Yi Yuan dealt sundering stars with a raise of a hand, but chopping onto the giant flame stoneman's body, only sparks splashed out. That giant flame stoneman raised its fire fists and smashed over towards Yi Yuan. The fist had yet to arrive when a surge of powerful fire laws battered over toward Yi Yuan. So strong. Yi Yuan's heart went slightly cold too. This was just an initial stage Heaven glimpsed giant flame stoneman, and its strength was actually so powerful, virtually able to one-shot same rank martial artists. Although Yi Yuan was shocked, he did not panic. Raising his life, it was another sundering stars. Bang! The stone fist that was currently in full swing directly exploded. The moment Yi Yuan made a move, it crippled one of the giant flame stonemen's arm. Elders pinned down all the stonemen together. The others break through first. Yi Yuan shouted, "Yes." Everyone immediately answered. But at the back, Duanfei's face fell, and he said, "We're going to—" Slam! His voice had yet to fade when an even more robust giant flame stoneman flew out of the magma, directly blocking in front of Duanfei. Duanfei's expression turned sharp, and he cried out in shock, "Origin Deity, Realm Giant Flame, Stoneman." That giant flame stoneman did not give him the chance to be surprised at all. Its fist already SMAs. Plussing over towards him unreasonably. Boom. Duanfei was forced to exchange a blow with the giant flame stoneman, being shocked back over a dozen steps. Before waiting for him to catch a breather, that giant flame stoneman's punch arrived again. Anything to actually dare scam me. How did he discover this giant flame stoneman? Duanfei gnashed his teeth in hatred. How could he still not know that Yi Yuan dug a pit for him? Yi Yuan giving him the purple gold sand right away was to lure this giant flame stoneman to deal with him. At this time, the giant flame stonemen around Duanfei were the most. Those stonemen that crawled up from beneath the bridge, most of them closed in around him. It was just that those giant flame stonemen were nothing to him. The most terrifying one was still this Origin Deity, Realm Giant Flame Stoneman in front of him. Duanfei was clearly aware that he was scammed by Yi Yuan, but could only suffer a quiet loss too. After all, Yi Yuan's way of doing things could not pick out the slightest fault. Yi Yuan, they all were treated as cannon fodders at the front of the team. But now, the giant flame stonemen on their side were the least instead. They had already reached the end of the bridge. Ahead was a large cave, and the giant flame stonemen that came out from the direction of the cave were only 5 or 6, while what the rear battalion had to deal with were several dozens. These giant flame stonemen were very powerful. Yi Yuan already heard miserable cries lingering on incessantly from behind. "Finish the fight quickly. Don't cling to battle," Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. He summoned Gui Yin out too. The nether ghost claw was incomparably fierce, smacking over toward a late-stage Heaven glimpse Realm Giant Flame Stoneman. Yi Yuan recently had breakthroughs in laws and cultivation realm. Displaying the complete version Sundering Stars was already no longer that taxing. Swiss. H. Plus Swiss. H. Plus Swiss. H. Plus Yi Yuan released 3 sword moves in succession, directly blasting that giant flame stoneman's upper body into smithereens. But executing these 3 sword moves, Yi Yuan's divine essence, more than half were consumed. He hurriedly took out a divine essence recovering medicinal pill to consume and could not be bothered with refining it, directly covering Bai Chun and the rest over to this gap. Bang! The nether ghost claw slapped down, directly SMAs. Plussing that giant flame stoneman into dust. Looking at the others again, inclusive of Bai Xiao, they had all fallen into hard battles. You go and help Bai Xiao, I'll go help the rest. Yi Yuan said to Gui Yun. Yes, master. Gui Yun voiced his sent, and went. After he cultivated the ghost Dao 100 runes, his combat power was extremely powerful now. Although these giant flame stone men were strong, they would be blown up after lasting a while under his hands. Fortunately, their side did not have grand completion, heaven glimpse giant flame stone men. This made their battles easy to resolve. Before long, under Yi Yuan and Gui Yun's cooperation, those 5 to 6 giant flame stone men were all smashed to pieces, becoming scattering all over the ground. He did not have the awareness to return to save people, directly bringing the White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses inside. Yi Yuan, you dare! The Duan Fei, who was currently fighting fiercely with the origin deity realm giant flame stoneman, felt something in his heart and shouted at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Lord Divine Official, it's not that I'm not helping you, but this origin deity realm giant flame stoneman is seriously too powerful. I have the heart, but not the strength to. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. We'll continue scouting the path ahead for you. Let's meet again if it's fated. Boom. Yi Yuan's words stirred Duan Fei's mind. The giant flame stoneman's fist rumbled over, bruss, plussing by his cheek and flying past. Although Duan Fei dodged it, the power of laws still burned a chunk of his skin, turning it charcoal black. Arg! Duan Fei cried out tragically and was considered to be disfigured. The burns of fire laws were not that easy to treat. Bai Chun, does your White Knight Sacred Palace want to be enemies with the Divine Palace? Duan Fei could not be bothered with the injuries on his face and shouted fiercely. Bai Chen's expression changed and indeed stopped his footsteps. Master, Bai Chen said hesitantly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Wait for him to go out alive before coming to threaten us. Not leaving now. We'll all have to be buried in death. Go. Bai Chen's gaze turned intent. Gritting his teeth, he said, Go. Bai Xiao and the rest understood this logic too. Furthermore, they held resentment in their hearts toward Duan Fei and the rest. Duan Fei let them be cannon fodders. Not a single person stepped forward to say something. When they suffered the attack of the lava-flying monsters, no one lent a helping hand too. The resentment in their hearts had long reached the peak already. If without Yi Yuan, their group of people would probably have long been completely annihilated now. How could they still have the chance to stand here and watch a joke? Seeing the other 7 major sacred palaces screaming miserably on the bridge, everyone felt very pleased in their hearts. Weren't you guys watching a show just now? Now, the winds of fortunes changed. It's our turn. This divine ruins seems to have some abnormal changes. It will likely not be very safe in front either. Everybody, be more careful. Take care not to get lost. Yi Yuan warned. Chapter 1430, 7 Qin Tian arrives. Chapter 1430, 7 Qin Tian arrives. Whose? H. Plus whose? H. Plus whose? H. Plus. The giant flame stoneman punched again and again. The momentum was vigorous, with its power sweeping away all. Similarly origin deity realm, Duan Fei could only keep on dodging and not dare to face the enemy head-on at all. This giant flame stoneman was too strong. Each punch carried extremely profound fire laws, incomparably powerful. D-A-M-N Yi Yuan, when I catch you, I'll definitely tear you limb from limb. Duan Fei already hated Yi Yuan to the extreme. It was just that thoughts were thoughts. This giant flame stoneman in front of him was too powerful. Duan Fei was so fully occupied that he had no time to spare for other things at all. All around, screams lingered on incessantly. Everyone fell into the besiege of the giant flame stone men. There were already quite a few people who had fallen. Swaz. Plus, right at this time, a black silhouette charged out of the giant flame stoneman's encirclement, turned into an afterimage, Vanis. Plussing from everyone's line of sight. Duan Fei's face fell, and he shouted fiercely again. Life End, could it be that you want to betray the divine palace too? However, Life End ignored him, directly disappearing from his line of sight. Duan Fei was gloomy, virtually about to explode. This divine official, there was actually no one who took him seriously. Forget about the White Knight Sacred Palace. The Life End Sacred Palace's Palace Lord actually dared to not listen to his words too. This was too much. D-A-M-N-it. After going back this time, I must charge White Knight and Life End. Let the divine palace punish them. These guys are simply too arrogant. Duan Fei sulked in his heart. Qin Tian's head was full of thoughts about killing Yi Yuan currently, so how could he have time to care about Duan Fei? How the Life End Sacred Palace would end up had nothing to do with him at all. Qin Tian's strength already reached the extent of half-step origin deity. Furthermore, his law comprehension was exceedingly high, much stronger compared to those so-called palace lords. With his strength, although charging out of the heavy encirclement took some effort, it was not considered too hard. Hence, he was the first to charge out. He had concealed in the sky foothill world for 10 years. The objective was in order to kill Yi Yuan. Now that the opportunity was in front of him, how could he possibly let it go? The White Knight Sacred Palace's party. Yi Yuan was scouting out the path in front, advancing slowly. Grand Elder, I keep feeling that something is not quite right. Entering the divine ruins, this time, feels much more dangerous. Bai Xiu said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan nodded and said, if I didn't guess wrongly, there should be a precious treasure coming into being. Precious treasure coming into being. Hearing these words, everyone was aroused. Precious treasure being born, who could remain calm. Perhaps it was a lucky chance. Seeing their expressions, Yi Yuan smiled and said, all of you, you don't have this expression. Precious treasures coming into being are obtained by the fated. It can't be forced. If one doesn't have self-awareness, they will only lose their lives in vain. Yi Yuan directly splashed a tub of cold water on him, but it clearly could not extinguish their enthusiasm. These words, everyone all knew, but facing a precious treasure, how many were able to stay calm? Suddenly, everyone arrived at an open area. The boundless essence energy undulations made everyone's eyes lit up. 9 melodies, psychic immortal fruits. So many. There are also quite a number of matured ones. What a big hall. Before their eyes were around 10 9 melodies, psychic immortal fruit trees. The trees were full of 9 melodies, psychic immortal fruits. 9 melodies, psychic immortal fruit was categorized into semi-mature and mature. That one that Bai Chun gave Yi Yuan was semi-mature. In reality, even in the Sky Foothill Divine Palace, there were extremely few mature 9 melodies, psychic immortal fruits too. Mature 9 melodies, psychic immortal fruits were greatly beneficial to origin deity realm powerhouses too, even capable of increasing the chances of heaven glimpse realm martial artists breaking through to origin deity realm. Therefore, When everyone saw these 9 melodies, psychic immortal fruits, they naturally coveted endlessly. Grand Elder, this, can we pocket it or not? Bai Xiu could not resist asking. According to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's rules, myriad longevity, heavenly soul stone, 9 melodies, psychic immortal fruit, purple sand gold, these precious treasures all belong to them. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace would occasionally reward that little bit according to each sacred palace's contributions. The 9 melodies, psychic immortal fruits, in Bai Chen's possession, was obtained like that. The Sky Foothill Divine Palaces, ACCU, Mulat, all was too immense. Hence, Bai Xiu, this kind of wily old fox, did not dare to arbitrarily take forcible possession of these fruits. Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "If you pluck all the fruits, then destroy all these trees, will Duan Fei know that you obtained the immortal fruits? As long as you all don't say, what can he do to you? Moreover, whether or not he can get out alive is still up in the air." The moment everyone heard this, they could not help being greatly roused. "So let's do it," Bai Xiu said rather excitedly. "Do it," Yi Yuan said without any hesitation. With Yi Yuan's instructions, everyone immediately acted like being injected with stimulants, dividing up these 9 melodies, psychic immortal fruits, in no time flat. Bai Xiu carried 5 to 6 mature fruits and came before Yi Yuan, saying with a silly grin, "Grand Elder, without you, there wouldn't be our White Knight Sacred Palace. These 9 melodies, psychic immortal fruit, are what you deserve. Also, that pile of semi-matures over there all belong to Grand Elder." Yi Yuan reached his hand out and took one of them and said with a smile, "At least you have some conscience. But I don't really need this thing. This one, just take it as receiving your kindness. The rest, you guys divide it." The White Knight Sacred Palace's group of experts were like bandits entering a village at this time, sweeping it clean. After that, they destroyed all of these fruit trees without leaving even dregs behind. Each and everyone had grins on their faces, like having eaten honey. Suddenly, a black-robed person wearing a ghost mask slowly stepped into this open area. Yi Yuan's face fell. He did not expect that this guy actually charged out so quickly. "Qin Tian, looks like I still underestimated you," Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Hearing these words, Qin Tian clearly felt very surprised, slowly took off the mask, and said, "You actually know that it's me? Looks like your probing means are indeed impressive. No wonder Uncle Yuanlong would suck you and be at your hands." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Ha, your Qin family really cover the skies with one hand." Qin Tian smiled and said, "Looks like you're very furious. I enjoy this expression of yours very much. Wanna blame that you didn't reincarnate well. Better forget it, reincarnating into your Qin family. I'm afraid that I'll be ashamed until I commit suicide." Yi Yuan said with a sneer. Qin Tian's face turned cold, and he said solemnly, razor-tongued, "Today, you can't escape your doom. The humiliation that you gave me will be washed off with your fresh blood." While talking, Qin Tian slowly opened, but his sword sheath, the aura on his body rising sharply, directly soaring to half-step origin deity realm. The White Knight Sacred Palace's group of experts had puzzled looks and had completely no idea what happened. All the way until this instant, the expressions on everyone's faces changed. Intruder! He's an intruder!" Bai Xiu cried out in shock. When Qin Tian's aura rose to its peak, a faint pressure of heavenly Tao descended, oppressing over toward Qin Tian. Qin Tian's realm was finally suppressed at grand completion, heaven glimpse. What the White Knight Sacred Palace was shocked at was not Qin Tian, but Yi Yuan. They used dumbfounded gazes to look at Yi Yuan, each and everyone revealing looks of incredulity. Through this conversation, Even a fool also knew that Yi Yuan and Qin Tian were the same. Yi Yuan was an intruder too. Chapter 1438 Fierce Fighting, Qin Tian. Chapter 1438 Fierce Fighting, Qin Tian. The moment Qin Tian's sword momentum rose, everyone's expression turned fearful. Even when suppressed by heavenly Tao, Qin Tian's strength was also so terrifying. Grand Chant Sword Void. This move was precisely one of Wu Meng Academy's 6 supreme academy skills, the Grand Chant Sword Void. Back then, when Yi Yuan had the life and death battle with Qin Shao, he had once witnessed the power of this move before. Except, this move being displayed in Qin Tian's hands, the power could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. This was a grand completion, Sword Dao second-layered heaven martial technique. Gui Yun. Yes, master. Gui Yun's figure flashed out, facing off with Qin Tian, from afar. Qin Tian was an entire major realm higher than Yi Yuan. He was not what the current Yi Yuan could handle at all. When Qin Tian saw the situation, he said disdainfully, "A mere late-stage 2-star evil spirit wants to deal with me. Do you think that I'm Qin Shao that inept? Go to H.E.L.L." Finished talking, Qin Tian's Grand Chant Sword Void carried powerful Sword Dao laws and charged towards Yi Yuan. Immediately, the entire SPAC pervaded with powerful sword intent. The group of experts avoided it like the plague. So strong. His realm is clearly being suppressed a lot, and he's actually still able to display such a powerful martial technique. Could it be that the strength of the outside world's martial artists, they all are so powerful? Truly terrifying. This person is clearly so young, but his strength is sufficient to sweep across all Sacred Palace's palace lords. The moment Qin Tian made his move, everyone was incredibly appalled. But right at this time, Gui Yun's hands drew a bizarre rune. After that, a surge of terrifying ghost energy rose up from under his feet out of thin air. Gui Yun's strength actually instantly broke through to Grand Completion 2-star. Ghost Dao 100 Runes. Ghost Energy Spiritual Possession. Nether Ghost Claw. The moment Gui Yun attacked, it was 2 Ghost Dao 100 Runes. Under Dustless's teachings with close to 100 years of cultivation, his strength could no longer be mentioned in the same breath long ago. He was already completely different from that evil spirit hiding in the Wind Den. Boom! The Ghost Claw and Sword Dao laws collided together violently, shaking the entire cave until it was about to collapse. Qin Tian's gaze turned intent. Clearly, he did not expect that this 2-star evil spirit actually still had such means. 2 ghost runes adding together. He actually forcefully withstand a blow of his. Indeed have some skill. But how much time can this trick last? Qin Tian laughed coldly, sword momentum rising again, directly class. Plussing together with the Nether Ghost Claw. Qin Tian's strength was truly daunting to the extreme. Even when suppressed at Grand Completion Heaven Glimpse, the power of his Grand Chant Sword Void was irresistible too. The Nether Ghost Claw actually showed signs of being unable to endure it. One had to know that when Gui Yun was at late stage 2-star, he could rely on the Nether Ghost Claw to forcefully resist what Tianyang for several hundred moves and not be defeated. Now, Gui Yun had ghost energy possessing, his strength skyrocketing. The power of the Nether Ghost Claw would also soar greatly. He actually could not defeat the Qin Tian in the same rank as him. Even if his realm was the same, Qin Tian's strength shook Hua Tianyang, that fellow off more than a dozen streets. If he did not have his realm suppressed by heavenly Tao, his strength would definitely be even more terrifying. The Tli of Inner Courts, number 1 person was really not called in vain. Yi Yuan's expression turned grim and knew that it could not carry on like this. He flashed, arriving behind Qin Tian. Raising his hand, It was a complete version, Sundering Stars. Who knew that Qin Tian's back seemed to have grown eyes? He just casually pointed and directly annihilated this complete version, Sundering Stars. The powerful Sundering Stars actually could not withstand Qin Tian's casual tap. Had just your bit of strength. You actually still want to play Ambus. I plusing. When I take care of this ghost, I'll let you know what's called despair. Qin Tian, who was in the midst of fierce fighting, appeared to have plenty of room for maneuver, still having strength left over to speak with Yi Yuan. This battle situation was rather bad. When Bai Chen saw this scene, his heart really burned with anxiety. His omnipotent master actually encountered such a powerful adversary. Bai Xiao, what are you all still waiting for? Could it be that you all are going to Sively watch Master Yi Yuan get killed? Bai Chun could not resist saying to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao had a conflicted look too, and said with difficulty, but he's an intruder. So what if he is an intruder? You recall it yourself. How did Master Yi Yuan treat your White Knight Sacred Palace? Without him, do you still have the chance to stand here and question him right now? Without him, even if you became the Palace Lord, can you withstand the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's assault? Without him, could you all escape from under the hands of the lava-flying monsters and giant flamestone men? Bai Chen's words were like a machine gun, bombarding everyone's heart. Bai Xiao fell silent. The expression on his face became even more conflicted. While at this time, Yi Yuan and Gue Yun fell into a bitter fight. Yi Yuan's divine essence was already insufficient to support him releasing multiple perfect versions of Sundering Stars. He could only move around and continuously hara. Qin Tian, so as to ease Gue Yun's pressure. But his hara, Sment also seemed to be trying to put out a cartload of burning logs with a cup of water. Bai Chun gritted his teeth and said, if you all are not going, I'm going. I, Bai Chun, am not willing to be an ungrateful person. Finished talking, he swung his long spear and charged straight for Qin Tian. Regarding Bai Chen's attack, Qin Tian completely ignored it. Yi Yuan's attack still posed a threat to him. But Bai Chen's attacks did not pose any threat to him at all. Bai Chen's strength could not even breach his protective divine essence. Bang! Bai Chen's heavy spear had not entered the battle yet, and was directly shocked away by the aftershocks, immediately knocked flying out, and SMAs. Plussing heavily onto the rock wall. Poor work! Bai Chen's internal organs shook, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood. But he did not give up. Gripping his long spear, another spear shot over again. Bang! Bai Chun was flicked away once more without any surprises. But the stubborn Bai Chun did not have the intention of giving up at all. He crawled up again and again, attempting to enter the battle time and again. Let me, Palace Lord. Mo Yun finally could not hold back. He held his long spear out and joined the battle too. It was just too bad that his strength was likewise unbelievably weak. And it don't care anymore. I will screw you to death. Bai Xiao could not resist swearing and charged straight for Qin Tian. He was a late-stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. Although his strength was lacking to Qin Tian, restraining him was enough. With him joining, Gue Yun's pressure dropped sharply. Regarding Bai Xiao, Qin Tian could not possibly ignore him. He must divide out a portion of his energy to deal with him. I'm coming too. Seeing Bai Xiao join the battle, Bai Rong and another elder both charged over. 5 great Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouses, plus a Gue Yun, 6 mighty powerhouses besieged Qin Tian. Gue Yun was the primary attacker, the others restrained. For a moment, they actually could not determine who was better. Qin Tian's sword dealt with enemies everywhere, but did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. However, Qin Tian also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so popular. Under the circuit, stances where they clearly knew that Yi Yuan was a trial taker, the White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses would actually still help him deal with him. Carrying on like this is out of the question. I need to finish off that late-stage heaven glimpse first, Qin Tian thought in his heart. Suddenly, Qin Tian's sword art changed, dealing a false move towards the nether ghost claw, then stabbed toward Bai Xiu with momentum like a sudden peal of thunder which left no time for covering ears. Careful, Deputy Palace Lord. Everyone did not expect this sudden turn of events. Right at the critical moment, Bai Rong actually pushed away Bai Xiu. This sword of Qin Tian stabbed into his chest. Chapter 1439 Devastation to both sides. Chapter 1439 Devastation to both sides. Bai Rong. Elder Bai Rong. Bai Xiu and Bai Chen virtually cried out at the same time. Bai Xiu's gaze even turned bloodshot from anger, his two eyes blood red. However, Bai Xiu's eyes were currently going lax. How terrifying was Qin Tian's sword Dao laws. After entering the body, it destroyed all of Bai Rong's vitality very quickly, but at this time, the nether ghost claw also fell toward Qin Tian. It was already too late for him to want to draw his sword, but Qin Tian did not panic in the face of danger. Left hand forming fingers as a sword, powerful sword Dao laws directly tapped onto the nether ghost claw. It was just that he was currently responding in a haste, and not the nether ghost claw's match at all. But Qin Tian's strength was too powerful. With this drawing the bow with the left and right, his imposing momentum was still equally matched with the nether ghost claw. Not being able to kill Bai Xiu, Qin Tian was secretly rather regretful. After all, Bai Xiu was the person with the greatest strength apart from Gui Yun. But being able to finish off one could at least diminish the other party's combat strength. But right at this moment, Qin Tian's alarm bells sounded. A fierce killing intent erupted without any warning, swift as a thought. All this happened in an instant. Qin Tian had both hands preoccupied and was unable to care about other things anymore at this time. This attack appeared too craftily. The timing of the opportunity was grasped too timely. It was simply a certain kill situation. The scent of death hit him head-on. Qin Tian was already unable to save himself and could only muster up the divine essence within his body crazily, protecting his whole body. Chasing Moon. The sharp, evil extermination sword was seemingly like a meteor stabbing straight for Qin Tian's stomach. The power of this sword was actually a magnitude stronger than sundering stars. From Yi Yuan mobilizing to stabbing onto Qin Tian's body, it was only a twinkle, the movement swift to the extreme. Everyone did not have the time to react to it at all. Boom! This sword move made a showy display of ability. It was as if a sharp knife that could pierce myriad objects in the world. The evil extermination sword Pa-S said through Qin Tian's protective divine essence without any surprises, stabbing Qin Tian's body. Poor work. Qin Tian's entire body was akin to being electrocuted, fresh blood spraying wildly from his mouth, his body flying out horizontally, SMAs, plussing ruthlessly into the rock wall. Gui Yun. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he shouted fiercely. Gui Yun understood tacitly. Deploying the nether ghost claw, he smacked straight for the rock wall. Boom! The rock wall directly had a large pit smashed out. The life and death of the Qin Tian inside, it was unknown. Go! Yi Yuan bellowed, and was about to bring everyone towards the depths of the divine ruins. But right at this time, Bai Xiu suddenly went berserk, his figure speeding toward that rock wall's hole rapidly. An intruder! I'll kill you! Bai Xiu roared as he flew speedily. Yi Yuan's expression changed. Figure swaying, he attempted to intercept Bai Xiu from the side. Bai Xiu, calm down, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Bai Xiu did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Looking at Yi Yuan with both eyes bloodshot, he said sharply, "You'd, an intruder, get lost for me." Bai Xiu raised his hand, and it was a palm smacking over toward Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a swift and fierce sword light rushed out of the rock wall without any warning signs. But Gui Yun deployed the nether ghost claw and intercepted this sword light. Boom! Bang! At virtually the same time, Bai Xiu's palm landed on Yi Yuan's body, while the nether ghost claw forcefully resisted this sword light. Yi Yuan and Gui Yun simultaneously flew backward in two very different directions. Poork! Yi Yuan's internal organs quivered, directly spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood, while Gui Yun's body became much fainter. The nether ghost claw could not sustain either Vanis. Plusing. Whose? Plus Gui Yun turned into a cloud of green smoke and flew into Yi Yuan's body, escaping into the soul-suppressing pearl. In an instant, Yi Yuan and Gui Yun were seriously injured at the same time. Bai Xiu's entire body trembled, only then abruptly startling awake. If not for Yi Yuan, he would already be a dead soul under Qin Tian's sword now. That sword of Yi Yuan's only severely wounded Qin Tian and did not really cause irreversible injuries to him. He still had the strength to fight back. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan made them leave right away. Bai Xiu, you're crazy. What the hell are you doing? When Bai Chen saw this scene, he roared at Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu was a late-stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. How terrifying was the power of this palm? If not for Bai Xiu pulling back the majority of the force at the last moment, Yi Yuan might even be killed by him with one palm. Master Yi Yuan, are you all right? Bai Chen's voice was almost in tears. Yi Yuan clutched his chest and said with difficulty, "Leave, quickly leave." Mo Yun gritted his teeth and barked at Bai Xiu. "Still in a daze for what?" Bai Xiu shook, bringing along Bai Rong's corpse, and headed over towards the divine ruins depths. Mo Yun also brought along the heavily injured Yi Yuan and sprinted wildly all the way. Fortunately, they did not encounter any dangers along the way. The group of people ran wildly, no idea how long they ran either. Suddenly, everyone felt a blur, plussing out of a cave. So many doors, where should we go? Bai Chen said with a panicky face. "If not, let's turn back." Someone suggested. No way. Yi Yuan forcefully endured his churning vital energy and blood and said, on the way, Yi Yuan swallowed healing medicinal pills. His injuries were already brought under control, but his internal organs were still in upheaval. It was as if they had plus feted positions. Within a short time, he was unable to take action anymore. Yi Yuan patted Mo Yun's shoulder, signaling him to put him down. "We've already entered an array formation. The original caves have already been completely displaced. These 8 doors, only one is a life door. The others are certain death." Yi Yuan said. Everyone's faces changed. 1 out of 8. The chance of death was too great. What to do? Aren't we at death's door right now? Previously, panicking and not choosing the path, we entered here bafflingly. It's all Bai Xiu's fault. If not for him, we wouldn't be in such a difficult position either. This guy simply can't distinguish right from wrong. How can Bai Rong's death be blamed on Grand Elder? From start to end, he never opened his mouth to ask us for help before. For a moment, everyone tried to get a word in, all pointing the spearhead at Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu's expression flickered incessantly but did not refute. Instead, he was full of guilt. Thud! Bai Xiu flushed red and directly knelt down towards Yi Yuan. Grand Elder, it was all Bai Xiu being foolish, causing you and Lord Grand Elder to be heavily injured. I'll apologize for the sin with death. Bai Xiu gritted his teeth. Raising his hand, he smacked down towards the top of his head. Stop! Yi Yuan had sharp eyes and agile hands, grabbing hold of his wrist. Cough, cough, cough. Uffed. This affected his injuries. Yi Yuan spouted out a mouthful of blood again. Bai Xiu's expression changed greatly, hurriedly supporting Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said with sullen anger, "You fool! Right now, among us, you're the strongest one. If you die, what are they going to do?" Bai Xiu choked up, the thought of suicide immediately dissipating. Seeing the situation, Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Qin Tian infiltrating the Sky Foothill world was aiming for me. Bai Rong's death was indeed caused by me. You and Bai Rong were on very close terms. I know that his death was a great blow to you. If it were me, I'll probably be even more enraged than you. This matter wasn't your fault." Chapter 1440 Partners in Crime. Chapter 1440 Partners in Crime Bang. Qin Tian's body sprang out of the rock wall with a gloomy face. Just how long has it been? That guy's sword art improved again. If not for me, wearing the heavenly feather flexible armor, my life would have met its end here. Qin Tian said, and gnashed his teeth. That chasing moon move of Yi Yuan's was simply dangerous to the extreme. If not for his realm being far more powerful than Yi Yuan's, if not for him wearing the profound divine artifact, heavenly feather flexible armor, then he would be a corpse right now. Qin Tian's understanding of Yi Yuan had still remained at sundering stars. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's Sword Dao laws had already broken through to Sword Dao's second-layered heaven and created a new move. Chasing Moon, this move was too powerful. Even if Qin Tian wore the heavenly feather flexible armor, his internal organs suffered a tremendous shock too, only recovering after a long time. Recalling that scene previously, Qin Tian's scalp was still tingling until now. But this sword of Yi Yuan's was too heavy. His current injuries were rather heavy, his strength greatly reduced. I absolutely can't let Yi Yuan live on anymore. His growth speed is too fast. Just how long has it been? And he already has the strength to threaten me. Give him another few decades' time. Most likely, even I won't be a match anymore too. Qin Tian became ruthless and was going to hunt down in the direction Yi Yuan, and the rest escaped in. But right at this time, a figure swayed, blocking his way. Qin Tian's expression changed. The one who blocked his path was none other than precisely Duan Fei. The current Duan Fei's breathing was chaotic, his injuries very heavy. Half of his face was virtually burned to a crisp, looking incomparably hideous. I didn't expect that there was really an intruder who sneaked in and even disguised as the Life-End Palace Lord. Punk, prepare to die. Previously, Qin Tian concealed his aura and even hoodwinked Duan Fei. Now, Qin Tian revealed his true colors. Duan Fei did not talk C-R-A-P with him at all, directly taking action. Qin Tian's injuries had yet to recover. At this time, he could only forcefully rouse his spirits and accept the challenge. Fortunately, Duan Fei's injuries were much heavier than his. Currently, it was already pretty good for him to be able to unleash 20% of his strength. Upon exchanging blows, Duan Fei discovered something off. This Qin Tian's strength was more powerful than he imagined. If not for cultivation realm suppression, he might even have the strength to contend with him. Although Duan Fei occupied the absolute advantage, he actually could not bring him down after a long battle. After a fierce battle, the two people's injuries worsened significantly again. Qin Tian was burning with anxiety. He would not let himself suck. You, and be here before killing Yi Yuan. Stop. Don't fight anymore. Qin Tian said solemnly. Ha, you say don't fight, and we stop? The Sky Foothill world kills intruders without mercy. You dared to sneak into the divine ruins. Could it be that you still wish to get out? Duan Fei was an extremely prideful person too, not taking down Qin Tian after a long battle. How could he be willing to give up? I came in order to kill Yi Yuan, and don't have any interest in your Sky Foothill world at all. He is our common enemy. If we both sustain injuries, do you think he'll laugh himself awake when dreaming or not? Qin Tian said. Duan Fei's face fell. As expected, he pulled back and stopped fighting. What do you mean? Duan Fei said in a solemn voice. Qin Tian smiled coldly and said, Yi Yuan is my junior apprentice brother. What do you think I mean? Duan Fei's expression changed and said, Impossible. Azure Peak had once used the Tianlu Shrine to check his blood before. He's the purest Sky Foothill people, so how can he possibly be your junior apprentice brother? Qin Tian sneered and said, Ha, the intel about his ident. 1. Tai was disclosed by me. When I heard this result, I was very surprised too. But this junior apprentice brother of mine can't be measured with common sense. There must be a precious treasure that we don't know on him. As long as we kill him, the precious treasure on him will be ours. Duan Fei's expression turned dark, and he said, On what basis should this old man believe you? Qin Tian said coolly, Actually, you already believe it. How can such a young and powerful deity, realm powerhouse, possibly appear in your Sky Foothill world? Grotto profound, realm-killing, heavenly Tao realm. Do you feel that it's possible? Duan Fei fell silent. What Qin Tian said was right. Regardless of looking from which angle, Yi Yuan did not seem like a Sky Foothill world's person. All right, I'll cooperate with you. But the precious treasure on him belongs to me. Duan Fei said solemnly. Qin Tian shot him a glance and said with a cold smile, You and I are clever men. Don't play this kind of sham. If Yi Yuan really has some precious treasure on him, none of us will let it go. At that time, each of us relies on our own abilities. Right now, the urgent matter on hand is to recover strength. That brat's strength isn't ordinary. Don't look down on him because his realm is low. Duan Fei's expression became stern, and he nodded his head. It was my miscalculation. I didn't expect that this guy even wore a profound divine artifact battle armor on him. I should have thought of it long ago. Yi Yuan's words revealed remorse and anger. Bai Chen urged, Master, you're already very amazing. You nearly killed a half-step origin deity powerhouse. I don't even dare to think about it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Deity realm powerhouses are people too, and people have weaknesses. And, Body stipulated that Grotto profound martial artists can't be killed. In a true life and death fight, what's competed is never the cultivation realm. By Xiao, sure you, by Rong's grudge, I'll definitely help you avenge it. Bai Xiu's entire body trembled. Gritting his teeth, he said, Grand Elder, I was wrong. You're currently heavily injured. Don't risk your life anymore. If something were to really happen to you, Bai Xiu would really find it hard to absolve my sins, even if 100 deaths. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Since you all know my ident, 1, Tai, I can't be your Grand Elder anymore. Everyone was just about to speak, but Yi Yuan stopped it with a hand gesture and said, My goal of coming to the Sky Foothill world is for the sake of the myriad longevity, heavenly soul stone. As long as I find myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones in this place, I'll leave. Now, we already don't have a way out and can only charge inside. I'll do my best to help you all seize precious treasures and let you guys have the strength to protect yourselves after going out. The rest don't need to say any more. Unknowingly, everyone was already accustomed to relying on Yi Yuan. Now that he said he wanted to leave, everyone actually had a reluctant feeling. These Sky Foothill people, actually had such sentiments towards an intruder. It was simply treasonous and heresy. But they all felt very natural at this time, without the slightest resistance. This intruder protected them in all aspects, even rescuing by Xiao, without balking at heavy injuries. But what about the Duan Fei as the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine official? He wanted to doom everyone to death at all costs. The public sentiment for or against, it was clear at a glance. But these 8 doors in front, which should we take? Bai Chun could not resist asking. Yi Yuan slowly got up and said coolly, "Just follow me." Yi Yuan walked toward a door very casually and walked straight inside. Everyone exchanged glances and quickly followed after. This was a gloomy and dark sage, causing the inability to see one's hand in front of you. Everyone just kept on walking and walking like that. No idea how long had said either. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes. A wave of terrifying temperature hit from head on. This was an enormous dome. Under the feet was endless lava. In the center of the dome, a lone island suspended above the magma. And on the island, something bloomed with multicolored brilliances. That is, Yi Yuan looked at that fruit with a dumbfounded look, his eyes full of incredulity. Chapter 1440, 1. Breaking Through to the Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm. Chapter 1440, 1. Breaking Through to the Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm. There was a fruit-like object suspending above the island, quietly giving off a holy aura. That is the aura of Tao. It's the aura of heavenly Tao. What is that? I feel it too. Such a powerful heavenly Tao aura. I feel like I've returned to my mother's womb. How magical. Why do I feel like heavenly Tao is right in front of me? When everyone saw that fruit, each and every one of them revealed incomparably shocked expressions. They could sense the aura of heavenly Tao, but they did not know there was the existence of Tao fruit, this sort of thing. But Yi Yuan knew. That is a Tao fruit. Sky Foothill, celestial deities' Tao fruit. I didn't expect that it was actually really found by me. Yi Yuan said, rather emotionally, "Tao fruit, what is that?" Bai Chun said perplexedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Swallow it and you can become the Sky Foothill world's master, become a paramount existence. You can even walk out of this small world and enter the true major world." Hiss. Everyone all sucked in a cold breath, being stunned by Yi Yuan's words. Each and every one of them revealed unbelievably scorching gazes, already somewhat unable to hold it anymore. "If you all want to seek death, I won't stop you all either," Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. How could he not know the thoughts of these people? Whoever heard of this thing would probably be moved too. "Grand Elder, what is it?" asked a grotto-profound martial artist. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Such a precious treasure. Do you feel that it would be obtained so easily? If you don't believe me, you can go and give it a try. If you can have a little bit of bone residue left, I'll pluck my head off for you to kick as a ball." That person's head shrunk back, the heated light in his eyes instantly fading away. Not just him. Yi Yuan's words were like a basin of cold water. "Extinguish. Plussing everyone's flames. Yi Yuan, myriad longevity heavenly soul stones. On that lone island is full of myriad longevity heavenly soul stone." Dustless said rather agitatedly. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, immediately incomparably excited. Scattered on that lone island were all milky white stones. They were precisely myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones. To him, this myriad longevity heavenly soul stone was much more valuable than the sky foothill Tao fruit. Grand Elder, then what should we do now? It can't be that we just look on like this, right? Yi Yuan said, in my current state, I can't make it through at all. This side is still considered safe. Better wait for me to recover strength first. Finished talking, Yi Yuan sat down cross-legged on the spot and started refining the medicinal pill's medicinal strength. Time slowly trickled by. The others became nervous and restless. The allure of the Tao fruit was seriously too great. Even with Yi Yuan's sincere advice, they could not quite hold back anymore too. Each and every one of you, stay in your place for me. If anyone dares to act rashly without careful thought, don't blame me for falling out and showing no mercy. Bai Xiu lowered his voice and warned everyone regarding his actions. Bai Xiu was still constantly remembering it in his heart until now. Hence, Yi Yuan's words, he treated it as an imperial decree to obey now. Furthermore, facts proved that Yi Yuan's perception of danger was absolutely not what the rest could compare to. If he said there was danger, then there was definitely danger. Suddenly, the essence energy within this dome started closing in on Yi Yuan frenziedly. Yi Yuan opened his two eyes wide. Fists. Plussing out quite a few bottles of medicinal pills and pouring all of it into his mouth in one go. Apart from this, the weeping spirit fruit left behind from breaking through the last time, Yi Yuan also swallowed all of it in one go. When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded with shock. Eating medicinal pills like this, wouldn't one explode and die? Too scary. Just what kind of cultivation method is Grand Elder cultivating? This is also too freakish, right? Grand Elder actually broke through just like this. This cultivation speed is simply unparalleled. Could it be that the outside world's martial artists all cultivate so quickly? Yi Yuan's injuries had just healed when suddenly his mind became more agile as luck hit, finally grasping that trace of opportunity to break through to the heaven glimpse deity realm. Of course, this was also his thick ACCU, mulations erupting, water flowing when the channel was formed. After entering the sky foothill world, Yi Yuan had experienced several major fights and also experienced the death cultivation. He was just lacking an opportunity. The brutal fight with Qin Tian previously, Yi Yuan finally grasped that trace of opportunity and successfully broke through. But this sky foothill world's spiritual energy was too thin, insufficient to support him breaking through to heaven glimpse deity realm. Hence, he swallowed all of the divine pills that could supplement divine essence to make up for the inadequacy. The divine essence required for the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's breakthrough was not a tiny bit. Not enough. Still not enough. The divine essence contained in these divine pills was not enough for him to break through the bottleneck at all and reach initial stage, heaven glimpse. Yi Yuan's divine sea was still expanded crazily, but the divine essence could not keep up. Suddenly, Yi Yuan leaped and jumped straight into the huge pit. Below was endless magma. This scene was too suddenly. Everyone all did not react, and Yi Yuan jumped down already. Master! Grand Elder! Everyone turned pale. With fright, cries of exclamations sounded out everywhere, hurriedly craning their necks to look. With this look, everyone could not help being dumbfounded with shock. Yi Yuan actually sat cross-legged on an enormous stone stele. That stone stele emitted an archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life, which was actually even stronger than the Tao fruit. Below, with Yi Yuan as the center, it formed an extremely violent spiritual energy vortex. To talk about spiritual energy, the spiritual energy in the magma was far more abundant than upstairs. Otherwise, It also would not be able to inoculate giant flame stonemen, this kind of powerful creature. Hence, Yi Yuan had a flash of inspiration and simply just absorbed the spiritual energy in the magma. But the temperature in this magma was too high, enough to burn his whole person into nothing. Hence, he took out the world-suppressing steel and absorbed spiritual energy with the world-suppressing steel as the medium. Sitting cross-legged on the world-suppressing steel, Yi Yuan could not feel the burning hot magma at all. What kind of existence is that stone steel to actually be able to withstand the magma's temperature? The Divine Ruins magma is what even Grand Completion Origin Deity powerhouses don't dare to enter. Grand Elder actually wants to absorb the spiritual energy in the magma to break through. Isn't this courting death? Yeah, the spiritual energy in the magma is incomparably violent. Absorbing into the body will burn the meridians. However, Yi Yuan did not care at all. He absorbed the spiritual energy in the magma greedily, then revolved the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's second-level cultivation method, converting it into divine essence, gathering it into the divine sea. The entire process was extremely smooth. The originally incomparably violent magma spiritual energy immediately became unbelievably well-behaved under the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's refinement. The burning power in the spiritual energy was also instantly refined away. No idea how long had said either. Yi Yuan's divine sea finally stopped expanding. The divine essence in the divine sea was already completely filled too. However, the divine essence in Yi Yuan's divine sea became more and more viscous. It was precisely because of so that the spiritual energy required for his breakthrough was several times, even several dozen times of other people. Is Grand Elder really a human? He actually really refined the spiritual energy in the magma. My G.O.D. He really broke through to the initial stage heaven glimpse? Why does the feeling he gives me feel like a primal savage beast? Simply inconceivable. Grand Elder really can't be judged with common sense. But the grand array in front of him was clearly less than 1/10,000th of its peak. Otherwise, these people in front would long have died out. The instant when Yi Yuan saw the rest, he knew what was going to happen. This was probably a plot set up by Celestial Deity Sky Foothill, wanting to replenish the continuously weakening Tao fruit with the fresh blood of deity realm powerhouses. Hence, that was why everyone would be transported here. Very soon, Yi Yuan returned to his original position, grabbing by Chun and directly flying away. He did the same, sending all of the White Knight Sacred Palace's people to a safe place. Qin Tian and Duan Fei's expressions were ugly to the extreme. This grand array was so powerful, but only Yi Yuan alone could come and go freely. This was not good news. Duan Fei looked towards Qin Tian and said coldly, "Still don't think of a way? We'd all have to die here. Aren't you all outsiders very powerful? Why are you so useless?" Qin Tian was livid with rage and said in a deep voice, "I told you long ago, this brat has precious treasures on him. This array formation's rank is extremely high. If its power wasn't significantly diminished, we'd have long died out." Duan Fei snorted coldly and said, "This doesn't change the fact that you're useless too." Qin Tian said angrily, "If you have any use, rush the formation for me to see." The two people were currently arguing when two Fireb, A.L.L.S. flew over towards them. The two people's expressions changed, attacking brazenly at the same time. Boom, boom. Those two Phi-Reb, A, L, L, S were actually directly annihilated. However, their faces did not have the slightest expression of joy, because this kind of attack consumed too much divine essence. They could block 1, 2, but once the Grand Array activated, it would not stop. How many could they block? Strength is all pretty good. After I retrieve the Tao fruit, I'll come and settle scores with you guys again. Yi Yuan looked at this scene and said with a cold laugh. Finished talking, his figure moved, and actually moved in the direction of the Tao fruit. Qin Tian's entire body trembled, his gaze full of unwillingness. Watching Yi Yuan draw closer to the Tao fruit step by step, Qin Tian could not endure it anymore, his entire body's aura skyrocketing. Yi Yuan's expression changed, looking over in Qin Tian's direction in surprise. Yi Yuan, you force me. Today, I'll definitely kill you. Want to obtain the Tao fruit. Dream on. Qin Tian shouted fiercely. His hand had an additional ice cube-like object. A powerful spiritual energy undulation instantly swept across the entire dome. It's 10,000-year mystic crystal. This small piece of 10,000-year mystic crystal is sufficient for him to break through to the origin deity realm. This guy actually still had such a thing in his hands. Dustless said in surprise. Boom. Qin Tian's aura released fully. An overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the entire place. He was going to break through to the origin deity realm. I've been suppressing my realm all along in order to comprehend Sword Tao. Today, for your sake, I'm going to break through to the origin deity realm. You can be proud of this. Qin Tian laughed ominously, swallowing the 10,000-year mystic crystal in one go. Yi Yuan's expression changed. The speed of his feet accelerated, speeding over towards the Tao fruit. Qin Tian's aura was in the midst of rising crazily. Finally, he made his move and stepped right into the Grand Array. Who's? H. Plus a fireball shot straight for Qin Tian. Qin Tian did not even look, a sword directly flying out. Boom. That fireball was directly annihilated. With the support of the 10,000-year mystic crystal, Qin Tian did not care about the consumption of divine essence within his body at all. Actually, with Qin Tian's talent, he could have broken through to the origin deity realm long ago. These few years, he had been suppressing and not breaking through all along in order to comprehend Sword Tao in the Sword Tomb. As the saying went, thick ACCU mulations burst forth. Him breaking through to the origin deity realm now was virtually something that happened without extra effort. Breaking through this sort of thing was all too easy for a genius like Qin Tian. Duan Fei had a visible change in countenance watching by the side. He finally knew the disparity between him and Qin Tian, this kind of trial takers. Back then, he spent a full 50,000 years' time in order to break through to the origin deity realm. But he broke through so casually. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Tian drew his sword like the wind, obliterating all of the Phi-Reb. A, L, L, S that the Grand Array condensed. Yi Yuan's footwork was walking in a roundabout manner, while Qin Tian walked straight ahead in the direction of the Tao fruit. Very soon, Qin Tian rushed in front of Yi Yuan instead. When Duan Fei saw the two people S and A, T, C hing the Tao fruit, he finally could not hold back any longer. D, A, M, N it. Risk it all. Duan Fei gritted his teeth, figure flying out hastily. Also Russ. H, I, plussing over toward the Tao fruit. Three figures broke through the Grand Array's layers of blockade, all wanting to be the first to obtain the Tao fruit. However, along with them getting closer and closer to the Tao fruit, the Phi-Reb, A, L, L, S around them also became more and more, the power increasingly horrifying. Qin Tian's powerful strength was displayed in its entirety without a doubt at this moment. His aura was still rising nonstop and already infinitely approached origin deity realm. Qin Tian had a look of joy. The Tao fruit was already well within reach. Chapter 1444, Far Away, at the end of the horizon. Chapter 1444, Far Away, at the end of the horizon. Ha ha, Yi Yuan, you're finally still going to die in my hands. The Tao fruit is mine, Qin Tian's. Looking as if he was about to obtain the Tao fruit, Qin Tian became incomparably excited. However, the Fireb, ALLS around him became more and more, also making it difficult for him to stride forward. The 10,000-year mystic crystal's spiritual energy was indeed abnormally powerful. Qin Tian's aura was still in the midst of rising crazily. Arg! Qin Tian shouted loudly, his aura rising to the peak all at once. The pressure that belonged to origin deity powerhouses instantly spread out. Qin Tian's gaze turned sharp, the long sword in his hand akin to a snake hissing, shooting over towards the surrounding Fireb. ALLS like lightning. Poork! Even if he broke through to origin deity realm, these powerful Fireb, ALLS still injured Qin Tian's internal organs. Qin Tian forcefully suppressed the injuries and continued advancing. The Fireb, ALLS became more and more concentrated, virtually drowning Qin Tian's entire person. But the Qin Tian, after breaking through, was too powerful. Although he advanced slowly, it was very steady. However, along with the Sage of Time, Qin Tian's injuries also became heavier and heavier. While on the other side, Duan Fei's speed clearly slowed down immensely. He already almost could not block the Fireb, ALLS offensive anymore. This grand array is too powerful. The farther in front, the more terrifying the power of the Fireb, ALLS. Duan Fei gritted his teeth and said, Poork! Qin Tian spewed blood along the way as he walked, finally arriving in front of the Tao fruit. The sacred aura of heavenly Tao hit him head-on, making Qin Tian virtually about to rise to heaven. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus Qin Tian drew his sword like the wind, cutting down several Fireb. ALLS in the proximity, left hand darting towards the Tao fruit like lightning. Right in front of his hands, Qin Tian's heart was almost leaping to his throat. This was a Tao fruit. As long as he swallowed it, the day he broke through to celestial deity realm was right around the corner. In that case, he would be a region's powerhouse in the Heavenspan world too. When Wu Meng City Lord saw him, he would also have to respectfully call him Your Excellency. In the Heavenspan world, Tao fruits were too scared, too precious. Whoever saw them would inevitably be moved too. Now you're mine. Qin Tian spouted blood, but had a blissful smile on his face. Swuz. H. Plus right at this moment, Qin Tian only felt a blur before his eyes. An afterimage streaked past in front of him. The Tao fruit was gone. In this instant, Qin Tian fell straight from heaven to H-E-L-L. The Tao fruit that was clearly well within reach was actually S-N-T-C, head by someone, near at hand a moment ago, but far away at the end of the horizon a moment later. That afterimage just now was unimaginably fast. Even Qin Tian did not catch his trajectory. In addition, he appeared too suddenly. Qin Tian could not react at all. Such fast speed. What happened just now? Don't know. My eyes have always been staring at Grand Elder. Then he suddenly disappeared. Grand Elder S-N-A Had the Tao fruit? Where? Where is he? Ha ha ha, so close. I already lost all hope just now. I even thought that we're all dead for sure. Confirming that Qin Tian did not obtain the Tao fruit, the people on the White Knight's Sacred Palace's side were all wreathed in smiles. Just now, their hearts had leaped to their throats, and even thought that the Tao fruit would definitely land in Qin Tian's hands. He did not expect that the situation changed drastically, and it was SNATC, head away by Grand Elder. Bang, bang, bang. The rock wall above the dome suddenly experienced an intense explosion sound. Chasing Moon. Yi Yuan's inconceivably quick sword extinguished the Fireb. The tail behind him. Following that, Yi Yuan revealed his figure. His hand held a fruit. It was precisely the Tao fruit. Yi Yuan, I'll kill you. The two of us cannot live under the same sky. As Qin Tian dealt with the Fireb. He roared at Yi Yuan crazily. A duck that came to his hands flew away. Qin Tian's fury at this time could be imagined. He did not know why Yi Yuan would be quick to that degree just now. He was clearly still very far from the Tao fruit, but he head away the Tao fruit like teleporting. This hing food from the jaws of a tiger. Everyone did not react in time. This scene happened too suddenly, too unthinkable. Until now, there were still quite a number of people in the midst of shock. Yi Yuan landed in the safe area again at this time and said to the Qin Tian, who had his hands full, "You stay engaged first. I'll find you to settle scores in a while. The scores between the two of us really have to be settled properly." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure feeded swiftly, teleporting once more. Before long, Yi Yuan appeared beside Bai Chun, handed the Tao fruit to him, and said, "Eat it." Bai Chun had a look of utter disbelief, then shook his head like a rattledrum and said, "And no way. Such a precious thing. Master, you only got it after escaping danger by a hair's breadth. How can you give it to me?" Eating this Tao fruit meant that one could control a world. Yi Yuan actually gave it to him so casually. Bai Chun knew the perils of that scene earlier. Although he could not see Yi Yuan's movements clearly, the intense explosions that came from above indicated that Yi Yuan definitely triggered the grand array. Everyone all used incredibly envious gazes to look at Bai Chun. The White Knight's Sacred Palace's powerhouses were similarly like so. Eating this Tao fruit, one could control a world. These deity realm powerhouses, Bai Chun could wield absolute power over their life or death. Such a thing, who did not want? Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "This thing is useless to me. I won't eat it no matter what." Bai Chen's eyes went wide, and he said in disbelief, "How can it be useless? If you eat it, you can control the sky foothill world." Yi Yuan said, "Things in the world, you win some and you lose some. Although the Tao fruit is good, as long as one eats it, they will utterly wipe out their talent, cultivation difficulty becoming 1,000 times, 10,000 times harder than ordinary people. If barring no accidents, they will just stop at the celestial deity realm in this lifetime too, unless they encounter an even more incredible Tao fruit. A person running into one Tao fruit in a lifetime was already heaven-defying destiny. Encountering a second one, there was basically no possibility. Yi Yuan's ambition was very big. He thought nothing of celestial deity realm at all. Hence, this Tao fruit was a heaven-defying treasure to others, but it was worthless to him. Yi Yuan did not hide his voice. Qin Tian, who was currently in a fierce battle with the Fireb, nearly spewed out a mouthful of blood. "Just stop." These two words were used well. Celestial deity realm. Even in the heaven-span world, only one could be born among hundreds of millions of martial artists too. This guy was actually so contemptuous. Therefore, you have to think clearly too. If you consume this Tao fruit, you'll never be able to break through past the celestial deity realm in this lifetime anymore. Of course, you might not understand the significance of celestial deity realm. Celestial deity realm, even in the great world outside, can also be considered a true powerhouse. Yi Yuan said coolly. By the side, Mo Yun's breathing had long become extremely ragged. Seeing Bai Chen still in a daze, he could not resist saying, "Silly boy, what are you still waiting for? This is Ma's Civ lucky chance that His Excellency bestowed upon you. Didn't you see how much that intruder wants to get this Tao fruit?" Bai Chen abruptly startled awake, gazed looking firmly at Yi Yuan, and directly knelt down. Dong dong dong. Bai Chen gave 3 deep kowtows toward Yi Yuan. "Master's grace, I'll definitely repay it after I break through to the celestial deity realm." Bai Chen said firmly. Chapter 1445, too late. Chapter 1445, too late. Under everyone's stares, Bai Chen slowly ate the Tao fruit. They all swallowed their salivas, staring at Bai Chen eagerly, their eyes full of envy. Bai Chen's entire body trembled, the light in his eyes gradually fading. A milky white light screen enveloped him. Bai Chen was like a fetus that returned to his mother's body, curling up in the light screen and falling asleep. A boundless aura of great Tao gradually spread out. Rumble! The entire divine ruins started trembling, while this dome started collapsing, rubbles falling down one after another. Crack! 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 The flame-wandering universe grand array of the 8 desolates actually started collapsing. Those Phyreb, A-L-L-S scattered everywhere gradually disappeared. Ha ha ha! Yi Yuan, I want to see who can still save you now. The pressure reducing drastically, Qin Tian let out a wild laugh. He was tormented by this grand array until he was about to go crazy. Just now, in order to S-N-A-T-C-H the Tao fruit, he even piled injuries on top of his injuries. While on the other side, Duan Fei was even more miserable than him. Duan Fei, from head to toe, one could use the phrase being riddled with 1,000 gapping words to describe him. There was virtually not an area that was in good condition. Yi Yuan nonchalantly gave Qin Tian a glance and said disdainfully, "Just based on your condition, you also want to kill you?" Yi Yuan's contemptuous eyes deeply stimulated Qin Tian, and he said furiously, "I'm Wu Meng Academy's #1 genius." A measly initial stage, Heavenly Tao dares to utter wild raving. "Die!" Qin Tian shouted loudly, his figure rampaging, charging toward Yi Yuan like lightning. Except his aura was already far weaker than his peak. Yi Yuan laughed coldly. His figure swayed and vanished from where he was. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 people turned into 2 phantoms, exchanging several rounds like lightning. Evenly matched, Qin Tian's internal organs suffered severe injuries. In addition to Heavenly Tao's suppression, his current strength was even worse than before breaking through. Chasing Moon, this move, what it emphasized was the unification of man and sword, destroying a solid dike with an ant hole, the speed swift to the extreme. Yi Yuan, when at full firepower, the strength that he erupted with instantly was not the least bit worse than Qin Tian's. Under this sort of strange state, the 2 people's strength actually reached a strange balance. The 2 were people with extremely powerful combat strength. This contest that was well matched in strength shocked until the dome collapsed rapidly, debris flying everywhere. "Duan Fei, go kill that brat. Otherwise, when he refines the Tao fruit, you'll die until not even dregs can be left behind." In the fierce battle, Qin Tian's bellow sounded out. Duan Fei was already incomparably tragic under the Phyreb. A-L-L-S attacks. His Tao foundation was already ruined. Even if his injuries healed, his strength could not advance a step further anymore as well. Qin Tian's words sounded by his ear like a clap of thunder. He abruptly startled awake, pouncing over toward Bai Chun like lightning. Although Duan Fei similarly suffered a great loss in strength, he was an origin deity powerhouse in the end. With his strength, Bai Xiu and the rest were really not a match. However, Bai Xiu did not hesitate in the slightest, directly blocking in front of Bai Chun. He already harbored the resolve of certain death and had to stop Duan Fei's attack. Mo Yun and the rest of the elders also all rushed over, attempting to stop Duan Fei's footsteps. Duan Fei gritted his teeth, ignoring the injuries on his body, and unleashed H.I., plussing all of his remaining divine essence. Grand Luo Bo Ruo Pom. Duan Fei shouted fiercely. A terrifying aura rippled out, causing the faces of Bai Xiu and the rest to change drastically. With Duan Fei's current injuries, if they wanted to escape, it could be done. But behind him was Bai Chun. Protect Palace Lord to the death. Everybody attack with me. Bai Xiu gritted his teeth and said, yes. Everyone did not shrink back at all, each executing various means, meeting that terrifying palm force. Duan Fei laughed coldly and said, a bunch of blind and reckless things. Since you all are seeking death, then this divine official will send you all to the Western Paradise. Finished talking, Duan Fei urged his palm force. A terrifying energy that blotted out the skies and covered the earth fired over in Bai Chen's direction. Ha ha ha, that brat is about to die in front of you right away. Are you very desperate? Relax. You'll also follow him to H.E.L. right away. Qin Tian said with a big laugh. Swaz. H. Plus in the air, a hint of lightning laws suddenly flashed past. Then, Qin Tian's smile froze on his face. He lost Yi Yuan's traces. Yi Yuan disappeared from in front of him once more. Qin Tian's expression changed, and he said with great astonishment, It's heavenly thunder swift talismans. D-A-M and Thundercry. It's his heavenly thunder swift talismans. Previously, the scene of Yi Yuan S. N. A. T. C. Hing the Dao fruit was too sudden. Qin Tian did not react in time at all. Now, he finally knew why Yi Yuan would disappear. Chasing Moon plus Heavenly Thunder Swift Talisman. When Yi Yuan unleashed Chasing Moon this move, he mobilized the Heavenly Thunder Swift Talisman at the same time. It could be said to be accelerating on top of speed. The Heavenly Thunder Swift Talisman was Thundercry's proud work. Once unleashed, even ordinary origin deity powerhouses could not catch up to. Even though Yi Yuan was unable to unleash the Heavenly Thunder Swift Talisman's full power, established on the basis of Chasing Moon, this move, coupled with the Heavenly Thunder Swift Talisman, his speed could virtually rival origin deity realms. Furthermore, with the Heavenly Thunder Swift Talisman's augmentation, the power of Chasing Moon, this move was even more terrifying. Swiss. H. Plus Qin Tian shuddered, hearing the sound of a long sword pa S sing through the flesh. The eyes of the originally imposing Duan Fei gradually became lax. That terrifying palm also directly dissipated without a trace. Bai Xiu and the rest who were akin to facing a great enemy suddenly felt the pressure on their bodies easing up. Then they saw Duan Fei fall down feebly in front of them. Duan Fei dead. The entire process was just a split second. Everybody did not react to it. By the time they reacted to it, Duan Fei was already dead. Swoosh. However, the nightmare still continued. Qin Tian shuddered again. The scent of death hit him head-on. With his strength, he actually only saw an afterimage charge over toward him. Clank. In his haste, Qin Tian instinctively swung out a slash. Qin Tian only felt a tremendous force transmit over. The originally suppressed injuries could not be suppressed any longer. A mouthful of fresh blood spewing out wildly, his body flying out backward. Not over yet. Again. Yi Yuan's cold voice was like a death-hastening talisman, sounding out by Qin Tian's ear. Qin Tian felt his scalp tingle, but this move of Yi Yuan's was too terrifying. He only managed to block it just now by relying on his instinctive reaction to danger. The next sword, he did not have any confidence to block it. Swiss. H. Plus Qin Tian only felt a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan arrived again. Clank. It was actually blocked again by him like a blind cat bee. You ping into a dead rat. It was just that under this immense force, the sword in Qin Tian's hand could not be held on anymore, slipping out of his hand, eventually falling into the magma. You're dead. Yi Yuan's nightmare-like words sounded out by Qin Tian's ears once again. Qin Tian's pupils constricted, using a near trembling voice to beg. I was wrong. Yi Yuan, I was really wrong. Let's reconcile. Too late. Yi Yuan's voice was icy cold without the slightest emotion, sounding out beside Qin Tian's ear. For the last time. Uft. The evil extermination sword easily pierced the heavenly feather flexible armor, the long sword penetrating right through the internal organs. Chapter 1446. Risking their lives. Chapter 1446. Risking their lives. I'm not willing. Qin Tian's eyes gradually became lax, carrying intense unwillingness. He was the most prodigious student of Wu Meng capital city in 100,000 years. If barring no accidents, he could even step into the Divine Lord realm. Until one day, a guy called Yi Yuan appeared, SNATC, hing away all of his light. This rookie, who was only the grotto profound realm, actually covered the light of him, this half-step origin deity. Only a short while ago, Yi Yuan was merely an ant that could be easily crushed to death in Qin Tian's eyes. All the way until one day, he discovered to his surprise that this ant suddenly grew to the point where it was sufficient to threaten him. Therefore, he did not scruple to sneak into the sky foothill world and also had to kill him. But the final outcome concluded with his death. A heavens chosen of his generation perished here and now. This, in a blink of an eye, killed two might origin deity powerhouses. How did this guy accomplish it? Too strong. He's just at the initial stage, heaven glimpse realm, to actually forcefully toy two mighty origin deity powerhouses to death. It's hard for deity realm powerhouses to jump realms, but this guy's combat power just shoots up at least two minor realms. Simply inconceivable. This Yi Yuan is likely a first-rate genius in the outside world too, right? In the midst of everyone's cries of exclamations, Yi Yuan put away his sword and stood there, not the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. The Qin family had already used no idea how many means in order to put him to death. If not for him having some trump cards, he would have long died until not even dregs remained. The first time this Qin Tian laid eyes on him, he already viewed him as a dead person. Killing him, Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burden at all. Boom! A piece of enormous rock fell from the sky, directly SMAs. Plussing onto the lone island. That lone island could not bear it anymore, slowly sinking down. The myriad longevity heavenly soul stones scattered on the lone island actually slipped down, falling and dispersing into the magma. He was in a fierce battle with Qin Tian just now. With his mind completely preoccupied, he did not notice this enormous rock. Now, wanting to salvage, it was already too late. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan used the third heavenly thunder swift talisman, his body turning into an afterimage, speeding down below. Yi Yuan urged the deploy within his body to the limit, and actually reached first despite moving later, catching up to the myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones that were currently falling in an instant. Yi Yuan moved like lightning. In this split second, he collected 7 to 8 myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones. The rest, he was already powerless to do anything. His straight line dash did not hold back at all. There was simply no way to change directions anymore. Grand Elder. When Bai Xiao and the rest saw Yi Yuan's figure Russ, H.I. plussing towards the magma with immense speed, each and every one of them turned pale with fright. It was just that Yi Yuan's speed was too fast. They did not have time to do anything at all. Bang! Yi Yuan knocked into the world-suppressing steel at an extremely high speed. The world-suppressing steel kicked up a large cloud of magma because of the tremendous impact, scattering it everywhere. Poor work! Yi Yuan directly spewed out a mouthful of blood and did not recover for some time. This blow was too fierce. Even if Yi Yuan's fleshy body was strong, he suffered considerable internal injuries too. It was equivalent to him suffering a full-powered impact of his own. If it were others, they could directly crash themselves to death. You punk, is life so worthless? If you keep playing like this, you'll play yourself to death sooner or later. One day, in his sea of consciousness came Dustless's roar. Regarding Yi Yuan's dangerous action, he was virtually almost going crazy. This series of actions just now only happened in a twinkle. Not only did Yi Yuan have to collect the myriad longevity heavenly soul stones, he even had to deploy the world-suppressing steel. Once there was an accident, and he dropped into the magma, he would thoroughly play himself to death. Hoo-hoo, aren't I fine? The myriad longevity heavenly soul stone, I have to get it. Yi Yuan forced a smile and said. Yi Yuan struggled to his feet, ignored the injuries on his body, and leaped up. This place isn't suitable to stay for long. Leave. Yi Yuan said to the White Knight Sacred Palaces group. But what about Palace Lord? Bai Xiao said. He'll be fine. Bai Chun will be safer in this place than the outside world instead. Yi Yuan said coolly. The dome collapsed, revealing a large gap above. Yi Yuan leaped up, flying toward that gap. The faces of Bai Xiao and the rest changed, also hastily following after Yi Yuan. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus one figure after another flew out from underground. But compared to the battalion when they entered, these figures appeared rather few and scattered. It's Hu Tianyang. That D.A.M.N. fellow, we can't let him run. The moment Bai Xiao came out, he saw Hu Tianyang currently fleeing at full speed. When the White Knight Sacred Palaces group saw this scene, each and every one of them wanted to chase after him. Don't chase, Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. Bai Xiao and the others' actions stopped, saying with puzzlement, Grand Elder, Hu Tianyang is our mortal enemy. How can we let him go? Yi Yuan said coolly, let him wander around at leisure for some time first. When Bai Chun leaves seclusion, he'll naturally go and take his dog life. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, quickly leave. Everyone's hearts turned cold, speeding away like the wind. Boom. Not long after everyone left, raging magma spewed right out from underground, reaching the clouds. That terrifying temperature, everyone could distinctly feel it from 10,000 miles away. The magma was like a fountain, looking extremely spectacular. When everyone saw this scene, their faces could not help changing as he said, Grand Elder, will Palace Lord be fine inside? This magma was too frightening. It was not up for everyone to not be worried. But Yi Yuan said coolly, relax. Eating the Dao fruit by Chun is heavenly Dao. This magma is very dangerous to us, but won't cause the slightest bit of harm to him. Only after hearing Yi Yuan's words did everyone feel slightly more at ease. They all knew that Yi Yuan would not harm Bai Chun. Since he said so, it must be true. Suddenly, Yi Yuan caught a familiar figure at his peripherals currently fleeing at a distance. His figure moved and chased after. Brother Azure Peak, are you going to leave without saying goodbye when you see an old acquaintance? Yi Yuan said coolly. This person was none other than precisely the divine envoy, Azure Peak. There were two divine envoys who came together with Duan Fei this time. But the other divine envoy already perished inside the Grand Array. Azure Peak's luck was better, surviving by sheer luck. He was afraid of being seen by Yi Yuan, so that was why he planned on secretly sneaking away. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was so vigilant to actually discover him. Having his path blocked by Yi Yuan, Azure Peak's expression was somewhat ugly as he said, "So, it's younger brother Yi Yuan." Azure Peak's eyes are dull and didn't see previously. Please don't take offense. How did the current Azure Peak still have any haughtiness of a divine envoy? Yi Yuan had a grand display of invincible might, cutting down two mighty origin deity powerhouses on his own, leaving behind an indelible mark in the hearts of all the Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouses. Actually, in Yi Yuan's current condition, whether or not he was Azure Peak's match was still very hard to say. But Azure Peak did not know that Yi Yuan only had 3 heavenly Thunderswift talismans in his possession and already used all of them. After all, Yi Yuan's current ACCU, Mulat, all was too strong. Hoo-hoo, Brother Azure Peak, us straightforward people don't resort to insinuations. You have to think clearly. If you go back to the Sky Foothill Divine Place now to inform them, that's becoming enemies with the Sky Foothill World's Sovereign. When Bai Chun refines the Tao fruit, it will be the hour where you perish, your Tao disappearing. Yi Yuan said darkly, Chapter 1447, Those who submit prospers, those who defy shall perish. H. Plus, Chapter 1447, Those who submit prospers, those who defy shall perish. H. Plus inside the soul-suppressing pearl, Yi Yuan looked at that fair and flawless face. His heart was in extreme pain. So many years had said Mu Lingxue still had that peerless appearance like a sleeping beauty, as if one could wake up her at any time. But in these few years, Yi Yuan had once attempted countless times before and never succeeded. Yi Yuan knew that in this peerlessly beautiful S-H-E-L-L, there was already not a trace of life. What there was only the currently dissipating spiritual consciousness. Pooh. Suddenly CLUS, tears of gloomy cold light lit up around Mu Lingxue like lighting candles. These candle light-like, gloomy lights enclosed Mu Lingxue's surroundings very quickly, guarding her in the middle. This is soul fire, able to hide this S's aura and let her spiritual consciousness keep going without dissipating. As long as the myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are still there, it can provide power for the soul-suppressing pearl, unceasingly lighting this soul fire. Hearing Dustless's words, a large rock in Yi Yuan's heart landed. These few years, Yi Yuan was actually very anxious in his heart. Senior, how long can these soul fires burn? Yi Yuan asked. Dustless's let out a sigh when he heard that and said, no idea how many lifetimes of blessing this girly cultivated either to be worth you risking your life to go and these myriad longevity heavenly soul stones for her. These myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are sufficient for her spiritual consciousness to maintain and not dissipate for 200 years. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, just 200 years. Dustless nodded and said, isolate heavenly Tao aura isn't so easily accomplished. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh helplessly and said, this road is really arduous. This trip was 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live, and it only exchanged for 200 years' time. Just 200 years was merely a snap of a finger to deity realm powerhouses. In these 200 years, not only did Yi Yuan have to cultivate, he even had to search for myriad longevity heavenly soul stones everywhere. It was really very hard. This trip into the sky foothill world could be said to be powerful enemies all round. Regardless of whether it was Duan Fei or Qin Tian, even Hu Tianyang, they were all very troublesome opponents to Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan successfully counter-killed two great origin deity powerhouses by relying on his wits in the end, the perils of the process were what outsiders could not imagine. But then again, this trip into the sky foothill world, one got to really thank Thundercry's heavenly thunder swift talismans. Otherwise, whether to win or lose was seriously hard to predict. Thundercry handed the heavenly thunder swift talismans to Yi Yuan in order to let him have the ability to escape. He probably never dreamed that Yi Yuan actually relied on these three heavenly thunder swift talismans and killed two mighty origin deity powerhouses, and even TC head back 7 pieces of myriad longevity heavenly soul stones. You've already done very well. Dustless patted Yi Yuan's shoulder and comforted. In a twinkle, half a year's time already said. In this half a year, Dustless had been constantly absorbing the energy in the myriad longevity heavenly soul stones. The White Knight sacred palaces, powerhouses never went far away the whole time. They were all waiting for Bai Chun to refine the Tao fruit. Except they all seemed somewhat anxious at this time. Grand Elder, I wonder when Palace Lord will be able to finish refining it? What if the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's people came? Bai Xiu said, rather worriedly. This will have to depend on his good fortune, but I reckon that the time should be just about there. Yi Yuan said. Only after hearing Yi Yuan's words did everyone calm down slightly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. Everyone's expressions changed greatly. What a powerful aura. This is the aura of grand completion origin deity. Could it be the Sky Foothill Palace Lord coming in person? Bai Xiu's complexion became incomparably pale. The might of this aura virtually made people despair. Yi Yuan's expression changed slightly too, not expecting that they were actually exposed. What a clever and ingenious fellow made this palace lord search for so long. Come on out. A dignified voice sounded out in the SPAC outside. Go on out. Yi Yuan extended a hand and tapped. SPAC shattered. Everyone's figures appeared. In the air was an old man with deep eyes. Behind the old man were even 7 powerhouses. These 7 people were all middle stage and late stage origin deity experts, while that old man himself was a grand completion origin deity realm powerhouses. This force, when put together, was simply too terrifying. Seeing Yi Yuan and the others reveal themselves, the old man said with a profound gaze, "This palace lord searched in this area for over a dozen days without results. If not for this palace lord having a flash of inspiration and using the profound SPAC Dharma Mudra, you all might really have evaded it." Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent and looked toward the Dharma Mudra that was suspending in front of the old man. An extremely powerful spatial undulation revealed above it. After coming out from underground, Yi Yuan opened up a pocket SPAC in the nearby forest and let the White Knight Sacred Palace's group of people hide inside, avoiding the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's search. He did not expect that it was still just a step short of success. A small world's SPAC was far from as stable as the Heavenspan worlds. With Yi Yuan's current strength, opening up a pocket SPAC was nothing difficult. It was just that he did not expect that this Sky Foothill Divine Palace still had a divine artifact that detected spatial undulations to actually be discovered by them. Your esteemed self is the Sky Foothill Palace Lord. Yi Yuan said somberly, "Since you know this palace lord, why haven't you truthfully given that kid's whereabouts? Otherwise, this palace lord will make you regret living on this earth." A burst of killing intent spread out. Everyone's faces changed. But Yi Yuan was unmoved and said coolly, "Dao fruit coming into being, the Sky Foothill world has a worthy successor. You all should comply with heaven's will. Don't do the kind of things that will bring about your own destruction." The Sky Foothill Palace Lord laughed coldly and said, "Heaven's will? This palace lord is heaven's will." The Sky Foothill divine palace dominated generation after generation. How can it be a brat who's still wet behind his ears turn to come and rule? The Sky Foothill Palace Lord could be said to be a sovereign-like existence in the Sky Foothill world. Now, Bai Chun coming into existence with a roar threatened his position. How could he willingly yield his sovereign authority with both hands? The Sky Foothill Palace's expression turned grim, and he said, "Looks like you're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit." Finished talking, the Sky Foothill Palace Lord waved a palm very casually, Cruce, H.I., plussing over toward Yi Yuan's direction. In an instant, heaven and earth changed colors because of it. In the Sky Foothill world, grand completion origin deity powerhouses were virtually on par with heavenly Tao. The moment he attacked, it was truly powerful to the extreme. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's face revealed a mocking smile. Boom! Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes. The palm that could topple mountains and overturn the seas immediately vanished into thin air. A youth stood in the air, suddenly appearing in everyone's line of sight. "Palace Lord! It's Palace Lord! Ha ha ha! Palace Lord, refined, the Tao fruit. Palace Lord is mighty and unparalleled." The White Knight Sacred Palace's people originally lost all hope already, but seeing that youth's back view, they were immediately wild with ecstasy. The youth was none other than precisely Bai Chun. The current Bai Chun was strikingly similar to when Yi Yuan took control of heavenly Tao back then. Bai Chen's gaze was like lightning. Looking in the Sky Foothill Palace Lord's direction, he said in a cold voice, "From this day forth, I, Bai Chun, take control of Sky Foothill. Those who submit propers, those who defy Paris, H." Plus Sky Foothill Palace Lord's entire body trembled. He discovered that he was so insignificant in front of this youngster, even if he was only at the Heaven Glimpse realm. Chapter 1448 say goodbye. Chapter 1448 say goodbye. Refining the Tao fruit, Bai Chun directly soared a major realm. Although Bai Chen's realm was still not enough to look at in front of the Sky Foothill Palace Lord. But in the Sky Foothill world, he was invincible. Amen. Bai Chun snorted coldly, akin to a thunderclap, blasting until the Sky Foothill Palace Lord moved several steps back in a row. A trace of blood flowed out of the corner of the Sky Foothill Palace Lord's mouth. He actually already suffered internal injuries, as so strong. What Palace Lord is displaying right now is merely him at the Heaven Glimpse realm, but he could injure a grand completion origin deity powerhouse with a sound. Is this the strength of a sovereign? Everyone was dumbfounded with shock by Chen's means. The expressions of those few origin deity powerhouses behind the Sky Foothill Palace Lord all changed drastically when they saw this scene. This old man, Mu Jian, pays respect to Lord Sovereign. Although he had intense unwillingness, Mu Jian knew that the disparity between him and Bai Chun was too great. Not submitting, he had to die. With him kneeling, the other 7 origin deity powerhouses also followed and knelt down. Sky Foothill's 7 elders pay respects to Lord Sovereign. Bai Xiu had an excited look and also brought the White Knight's sacred palace's people to follow and bowed down, saying excitedly, "We pay respect to Lord Sovereign." Bai Chen said coolly, "This day forth, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace is dissolved on the spot. The White Knight's sacred palace will replace the Sky Foothill Divine Palace and rule Sky Foothill." Mu Jian's gaze turned intent, and he involuntarily cried out, "Lord Sovereign, this, Bai Chen's gaze turned intent, and he said in a cold voice, "Why? You have objections?" Sensing Bai Chen's killing intent, Mu Jian was alarmed inwardly and hurriedly said, Dare not. Mu Jian dares not." Bai Chen's voice and expression relaxed slightly, and he said coolly, "This Bai won't meddle with secular affairs as the sovereign. As long as you all don't become disloyal, you'll naturally be put in an important position anew." Mu Jian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Mu Jian doesn't dare. From today onward, Mu Jian will definitely do everything in my power to assist the White Knight's sacred palace to manage the affairs under the heavens." Bai Chen lightly grunted, slowly turned around, and looked in Yi Yuan's direction. Yi Yuan was currently sizing Bai Chen up with interest. After taking control of Heavenly Tao, his demeanor indeed became different. His horizons were already not on the same level as these people. Bai Chen flicked in long sleeves and knelt down toward Yi Yuan. "Disciple, Bai Chen thanks Master for your grace of rebirth. From this day forth, Master, Yi Yuan is Sky Foothill's father. As long as Master has instructions, the entire Sky Foothill will definitely go through fire and water." Bai Chen said with a solemn look. Bai Chen's words made everyone's countenance change. Bai Chen's current ident. 1. Tai was already completely different. He was the master of a world. Wanting to kill Yi Yuan was but a matter that could be done with ease. But Bai Chen actually paid such solemn respects to Yi Yuan, and even revered Yi Yuan as his superior, putting the latter at the position of the sovereign's father. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could summon wind and call for rain in the entire Sky Foothill world. Except they all looked down on Yi Yuan too much, and also underestimated Yi Yuan's strength too much. If it were anybody else, they would be at Bai Chen's mercy in the Sky Foothill world. But Yi Yuan would not. The Sky Foothill world's heavenly Tao was but an extremely small portion of the Heavenspan world's heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan controlled the lesser Heavenspan mountain. He could completely not be fettered by the Sky Foothill heavenly Tao. If Bai Chen really had any wicked designs, Yi Yuan could completely rely on the lesser Heavenspan mountain's power to contend with heavenly Tao. It was also to say that Yi Yuan was entirely on the same starting line as Bai Chen. In front of Yi Yuan, Bai Chen was just a heaven glimpse realm martial artist. With Yi Yuan's strength, if he really wanted to kill Bai Chen, it was akin to taking something out of his own pocket. However, Bai Chen indeed did not disappoint him. His ATTI too showed that Yi Yuan did not misjudge people. Yi Yuan smiled as he helped Bai Chen up and said, "It's good that you have this thought, but Master is leaving." Bai Chen's expression changed, and he said, "Master, you have to face all kinds of killing in the outside world. How can it be as leisurely and carefree as the Sky Foothill world? How about you stay behind and rule the Sky Foothill world together with me?" Yi Yuan shook his head with a smile and said, "Master only reached the Heavenspan world after experiencing hards. P.S. How can I give up easily? Master has things that must be done." Bai Chen thought about it and said, "Then I'll go to the Heavenspan world together with Master. With Bai Chen's current strength, I should be able to help Master." Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Bai Chen, don't underestimate the heroes under the heavens. You have to bear in mind in the future there is always someone better and a heaven beyond the heavens. The sovereign of a world is nothing in the heaven-span world. You can control the life and death of everyone here, but going to the heaven-span world, you are but an ordinary heaven glimpse realm martial artist. Your urgent matter on hand is to completely digest the power of the Tao fruit and become a true celestial deity powerhouse. At that time, you'll go to the heaven-span world to find me. Bai Chun refined the Tao fruit, but wanting to break through to celestial deity realm still required the ACCU mulation of time. After all, people at the celestial deity realm were too powerful. Wanting to reach, it could not be done in a short time. According to Yi Yuan's estimations, for Bai Chun to want to cultivate to the celestial deity realm, it at least needed 200 years' time. Even if he went to the heaven-span world now, he could not be of help to Yi Yuan at all. Hearing these words, Bai Chun involuntarily revealed a disappointed look. But, all right, I'll listen to Master and absolutely won't look down on the heroes under the heavens. When I achieve celestial deity realm, I'll definitely go to the heaven-span world and brave it. Bai Chun said with a firm gaze. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Okay, Master is waiting for you in the heaven-span world. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression became stern, and he said somberly, Oh, right, before you break through to the Divine Lord realm, you absolutely mustn't show anything unusual. If there are people from the outside world coming in for trials, you have to pretend not to see. Whatever that should be done should still be done. Make sure not to let the cat out of the bag. Got it? Seeing Yi Yuan instruct so solemnly, Bai Chun knew the severity and said with a nod, I understand. Rest A.S. Assured, in these few decades, I'll definitely tuck my tail between my legs and behave. Each small world was a treasure vault with limitless resources and also an excellent place for training disciples under them. But if this small world broke free from control, Wu Meng City Lord would likely not let the matter go. Once he personally enters the Sky Foothill world, then Bai Chun would be in danger. All right, it's getting late. Master should leave. Finished talking, Yi Yuan was planning on leaving. Wait a minute, Master. Bai Chun suddenly stopped Yi Yuan, turned to Mu Jian, and said, Does the Sky Foothill Divine Palace have myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones? Mu Jian did not dare to conceal, and hurriedly said, Myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are too hard to come by. The consumption these few years were also not small. Presently, there are only 3 pieces left. Bai Chen's brows furrowed. Mu Jian's expression changed, his heart thumping away. Clearly, Bai Chun was unhappy. Forget it, bring it all. Bai Chun said coolly, This kind of precious thing, Mu Jian naturally kept it on him, only to see him take out 3 pieces of milky white stones. It was precisely the myriad longevity, heavenly soul stone. Bai Chun handed them to Yi Yuan and said helplessly, Myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are too rare. This disciple can only do so much. When I thoroughly take control of heavenly Tao, I'll definitely bring myriad longevity heavenly soul stones to go and find Master. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, directly putting it away. Other things he could not care. But myriad longevity heavenly soul stones, he needed it too much. All right, Master will accept it. Farewell. Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure moved vanis. H.I. plus ing from where he originally was. Chapter 1449 Handing in Mission. Chapter 1449 Handing in Mission under the shade of trees. A group of students was currently chatting idly. The object of conversation naturally could not do without those most talented students. Oh, right, the outer court's number 1 genius, Yi Yuan, has already not returned for over 10 years. Heard that he took a trial-taking mission and went to a small world. It wouldn't be that he can't return anymore, right? It's not impossible. Normally, going out to train, it ranges between 3 years to 5 years, and they'll pretty much be back. Exceeding 8 years, there were basically very few that returned. Yeah, it's already been over 10 years. It likely bodes ill rather than well. It's a pity with his talent, stepping into Divine Lord realm is virtually a sure bet. Heard that senior apprentice brother Chin Tian went to experience and temper himself too. The two of them, one after another, is a little too coincidental. Furthermore, senior apprentice brother Chin Tian hasn't returned until now too. Do you want to die? How dare you say this kind of thing? Amen? You guys look, that is, everyone followed the gaze and looked over, and could not help being surprised. Yi Yuan slowly walked in, looking very calm and collected. The direction he was heading in was precisely the Merit Hall. It's Yi Yuan. He actually broke through to initial stage Heaven Glimpse. My G. O. D. This is also two freakies. H. Plus this kind of cultivation speed is simply too terrifying. I remember that when he went out, didn't he just break through to late stage Grotto Profound? It's just been over 10 years, and he crossed over half-stop Heaven Glimpse, directly breaking through to the Heaven Glimpse realm. This guy's talent is too frightening. He has entered the sect for less than 30 years and broke through from middle stage Grotto Profound to initial stage Heaven Glimpse. This kind of cultivation speed is simply too abnormal. The aura emanated by Yi Yuan made everyone extremely surprised. Although those who entered Wu Meng Academy were geniuses among geniuses, those with cultivation speed, like Yi Yuan, were really one of its kind. More importantly, not only did Yi Yuan's realm advance extremely fast, but his strength was also daunting to the extreme. Cruce. Plussing those in the same rank. Now that Yi Yuan broke through to the Heaven Glimpse deity realm, it was equivalent to entering the inner court. This way, the inner court situation would likely undergo a massive change. Let's go and take a look just what mission Yi Yuan was carrying out. Wasn't it said that small world's spiritual energy is very very hard to break through realms? How in the world did this guy do it? Yi Yuan's appearance immediately caused an uproar. Quite a number of people followed suit, following Yi Yuan to the Merit Hall. Regarding the matter of divulging Yi Yuan's information, even if 10 years had said, Yu Jing had always taken it to heart. A genius like Yi Yuan was destined to shake the Wu Meng capital city, even an existence who was going to enter Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. But because of the Qin family's selfishness, such a prodigy perished in a small world. This was really something that made people choke with anger. How much face did Yi Yuan gain for Wu Meng capital city by defeating Jinyu? But now, he was going to die in the hands of a vile character. But because of this matter, Yu Jing got quite a bit of benefit instead. In secret, Qin Tianing gave Yu Jing considerable compensation. At this time, a figure entered the Merit Hall. Yu Jing's mood was somewhat irritable and said impatiently without even looking, "Go to the jade pillars there to find the mission first, then come find me when you're done." "Senior apprentice brother, I'm here to hand in the mission." Only then did Yu Jing slightly raise his eyelids and looked at the arrival, but his expression abruptly changed, and he quickly stood up. Why Yi Yuan? You actually came back." Seeing Yi Yuan, Yu Jing was shocked until he was staring with his mouth agape. Yi Yuan did not return for 10 years. Yu Jing thought that Yi Yuan had long died under Qin Tian's hands already, but now Yi Yuan actually returned in perfectly good condition. How could he not be shocked? Yi Yuan looked at Yu Jing, his gaze slightly cold as he said with a smile, that was not a smile. Senior apprentice brother, you seems to be very surprised seeing me return. At this time, the number of people outside the merit hall was swarming. Yu Jing startled awake very quickly, his expression somewhat unnatural as he said, How so? I was just surprised. Junior apprentice brother, Yi took a 3-star mission and actually completed it. Amen. You broke through to Heaven Glimpse realm. Buzz. Yu Jing just happened to find a reason to deal with Yi Yuan, but instantly ignited the outside. 3-star mission. He actually drew a 3-star mission on his first time going out to train. Got to be kidding. 3-star missions, the death rate for the simplest ones also exceed 50%. Yi Yuan actually completed the mission and came back. This guy simply can't be gauged with common sense. Freakish until he has no friends. Other people all have narrow shaves going. Not only did he not die when he went, but he also broke through his realm instead. The people surrounding and watching outside the door directly blew up. A Grotto Profound Realm student actually went to take a 3-star mission. Disregarding this, not only did Yi Yuan complete the mission, he even broke through a major realm and came back. Did he still want people to live? Actually, the most shocked one was not those people outside, but Yu Jing. Monstrous waves were surging in his heart right now. He knew that Qin Tian went to the Sky Foothill world to hunt down Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan completed the mission and returned. What about Qin Tian? In an instant, Yu Jing thought of many possibilities. Could it be? No way. Even if Yi Yuan broke through to Heaven Glimpse realm, it was also impossible to be Qin Tian's match. He was a half-step origin deity powerhouse. Furthermore, he heard that Qin Tian already suppressed his realm for very long. As long as he was willing, he could break through to the origin deity realm at any time. Very soon, Yu Jing rejected that most frightening thought. Because this notion was too absurd. Yi Yuan's gaze was deep and serene, looking at Yu Jing meaningfully, and said with a faint smile, Like that, huh? This Yi had some minor gains in these 10 years and broke through by a fluke. Senior apprentice brother Yu, this is the 9 melodies psychic immortal fruit. My mission should be considered as completed, right? Yu Jing's heart thudded, secretly thinking that things were bad. Could it be that Yi Yuan really ran into Qin Tian, and he already knew that it was me who divulged the information about his mission? But if Yi Yuan really encountered Qin Tian, how did he return? Also, where in the world did Qin Tian go? A series of queries sounded out in Yu Jing's heart, but the more he thought, the more he felt that there was no answer. He totally could not guess what happened in the Sky Foothill world. Of course it's completed. Junior apprentice brother, hold on, I'll clock the mission's rewards into your academy token right now. Yu Jing did not dare to meet Yi Yuan's eyes and laughed awkwardly, clocking the mission's points into Yi Yuan's academy token. Junior apprentice brother, Yi, done. You're really too incredible. Such a difficult mission. You, a Grotto Profound martial artist, actually completed it. Yu Jing said with a laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just a fluke. Yi Yuan put away the token, divided the crowd, and directly left. The moment he left, the others immediately surrounded over. Senior apprentice brother Yu, just what 3-star mission did Yi Yuan draw? Yeah, tell us. According to the Academy's rules, after a student completes the mission's information could be disclosed. Of course, apart from the coordinates. Yu Jing was pestered badly. He could only smile bitterly and say, it's the number 8 mission. What Yi Yuan drew was the number 8 mission on the 3-star jade pillar. All those present were dead silent. Chapter 1450 Rage. Chapter 1450 Rage. What did you say? Yi Yuan, he came back? Learning of this news from Qin Tianyu's mouth, Qin Tian and almost jumped up. Qin Tianyu's expression was very ugly as well. His face was currently sullen until it was almost dripping water. He slowly nodded his head and said with a solemn look, "Just earlier, Yi Yuan already took the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit and went to the merit hall to hand in the mission. I came to find you straight away when I got the news." Then what about Qin Tian? Is there news? Qin Tianen asked with a FLUS, teared look. He already could not care about killing Yi Yuan anymore now. Qin Tian's life or death was the question that he was most concerned about. However, Qin Tianyu shook his head and said, "Qin Tian didn't return. There's no news at all." Qin Tianen turned deathly pale and said absent-mindedly, "Impossible! Impossible! Qin Tian must have been delayed by some business." Qin Tianyu heaved a sigh and said, "You don't need to be so worried either. In my view, little Tian should have been delayed by some matters. With Yi Yuan's strength, it's simply impossible to do anything to him." Qin Tian's facial expression eased up slightly, and he forced a smile as he said, "What elder brother said is right. I lost myself in concern here. Although Yi Yuan, this brat, is freakish to want to deal with Qin Tian, he's not qualified at all." Qin Tianyu's brows furrowed, but said, "There's still something that I haven't told you. Yi Yuan, not only did he complete the mission, he even broke through to the heaven glimpse deity realm already." Qin Tiannan's expression changed. His heart, that had just settled down, leaped up once more. How is this possible? When he went, he was just late-stage grotto profound. It's just been 10 years or so, and he broke through to the heaven glimpse realm. Qin Tianyu let out a sigh and said, "This matter has already spread across the entire Wu Meng Academy, so it can't be wrong." Qin Tiannan's expression flickered incessantly. Qin Tianyu slowly got up, patted Qin Tiannan's shoulder, and said, "Wait and see first. If you really can't, you can only find Yi Yuan to have a showdown." All the way until he returned to his residence, Yi Yuan did not see Xie Jingyi. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. The news of him returning definitely spread throughout the entire Wu Meng Academy, like the wind. Logically speaking, little Fatty should have long arrived. Could it be that this guy went into seclusion to cultivate? Yi Yuan said with a frown. However, Yi Yuan kept feeling somewhat uneasy. Better go and take a look at him. Yi Yuan thought about it and still intended to go to Xie Jingyi's residence to take a look. Yi Yuan was just about to step out, but you head into Qi Fong directly. "Teacher Qi?" Yi Yuan said, rather surprisedly. When Qi Fong saw Yi Yuan, his eyes lit up first, but became gloomy again very quickly. "You're going to find Xie Jingyi, right?" Qi Fong opened his mouth and asked. Yi Yuan's heart thumped, a foreboding premonition welling up in his heart. Something happened to little Fatty? Qi Fong heaved a sigh and said, "You follow me?" Looking at the Xie Jingyi lying on the bed, his breathing very feeble, Yi Yuan's fury filled his chest with a wham. Feeling that icy cold aura on Yi Yuan, Qi Fong's expression changed slightly. Little Fatty's current condition was very terrible. There was virtually not an intact spot on his body, his face being beaten until it lost human form, his body also riddled with 1,000 gaping wounds. Clearly, he had had his fill of torment. More importantly, little Fatty's body already did not have the slightest trace of essence energy undulations. His divine C was crippled, already thoroughly becoming a cripple. At the rate of the current situation, little Fatty would not last past a few days. Who did this? Yi Yuan's words did not carry the slightest emotion, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But Qi Feng could tell that Yi Yuan's rage had already reached the peak. Qi Feng did not hide it either, recounting the events of a few days back. Actually, little Fatty was very smart. After Yi Yuan left, he was very low profile. The vast majority of the time, he was cultivating on his own. In this period, N, Ji-song and Jia-chung, they all provoked many times, but little Fatty just did not fall for it. All the way until half a year ago, little Fatty broke through to the half-step heaven glimpse realm. The excited little Fatty ran straight to the inner court to find Lin Xiao. Since then, the two people's feelings made remarkable progress. 10 days ago, Lin Xiao suddenly arranged to meet with little Fatty outside the academy. Little Fatty did not suspect anything and actually really went to keep the appointment. He did not expect that Lin Xiao had actually long arranged with the Qin families Qin Zheng, Qin Pei, as well as and Ji-song and Jia Chong. This was simply a trap. Only later did I know that Lin Xiao had actually secretly liked Qin Tian all along. It's just that Body knew. The Qin family's people saw that there was no opportunity to take advantage of. And that's why they had the idea of finding Lin Xiao to take action. Xie Jingyi indeed fell for it. Qi Feng paused for a bit and continued explaining, when the Xie family heard that Xie Jingyi became a cripple, and also because of the Qin family's matter last time, they already don't care about him. I know that you and he have a close relations. I+P, so I sent him to the Myriad Treasure Tower. But his injuries are too severe. The Myriad Treasure Tower's alchemists are also at a loss on what to do, and could only make him hang on with one breath. Yi Yuan listened quietly all the way, his expression calm. His emotions did not have much ripples. It was just that the cold light in his two eyes revealed itself more and more. Yi Yuan did not speak, taking out a medicinal pill and stuffing it into Xie Jingyi's mouth. Qi Feng's gaze turned intent. He discovered that he did not recognize the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hand, although that was just a Tier 1 divine pill he had actually never seen before. Tier 1 healing divine pills were just those few types. Qi Feng recognized all, but he had actually never seen before the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hand. Qi Feng was startled inwardly, understanding it very quickly. This was the same as the essence cultivating pill, also a new kind of medicinal pill. Furthermore, it was a high-grade Tier 1 divine pill. Yi Yuan pushed down the medicinal pill with divine essence. Little Fatty's body actually strengthened a little. Qi Feng's gaze sharpened, immediately knowing this medicinal pill's prowess. Teacher Qi, where are those few people right now? Yi Yuan said indifferently. He knew that Qi Feng definitely knew those few people's whereabouts. Qi Feng's expression changed, and he said, "You're going to find them right now?" Yi Yuan said coldly, "It's the Qin family again. It looks like they really take me to be a soft persimmon, needing as they Wisconsin H. Plus, Teacher Qi, I'll take action myself for this matter. It has nothing to do with the Myriad Treasure Tower." Qi Feng's expression was rather ugly as he said, "I didn't mean that. It's just, you're not their match." In that group of people, there were quite a few grand completion heaven glimpse realm powerhouses. Especially Lin Xiao. She was even known as the #1 person below Qin Tian. Even though Yi Yuan broke through to heaven glimpse realm, there was still some gap from those people. But this matter, it was really inconvenient for the Myriad Treasure Tower to intervene. They had no justifiable reason to carry out a campaign at all. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You just need to tell me where they are." Qi Feng's expression changed again and again, and finally he said, "They are at Clearwind Inn, all there." Yi Yuan nodded his head and walked towards the outside. At this time, Qi Feng suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Did that Qin Tian go to hunt you down?" Yi Yuan's figure paused, and he opened his mouth and said, "That's right. Fong was startled again and said in surprise, "You guys exchanged blows before? Then you came back." "He dead." Yi Yuan lightly threw down this word and went out the door. Chapter 1451 Killing you is like killing a dog. Chapter 1451 Killing you is like killing a dog. Only after several breaths did Fong suddenly quiver, coming back to his senses. Impossible. How can he possibly kill Qin Tian? Fong muttered to himself, clearly still unable to accept this fact. But he knew in his heart that Yi Yuan absolutely would not shoot his mouth off. Actually, the news of Qin Tian hunting down Yi Yuan was already not a secret in Wu Meng Academy. The two of them went out to train one after another, and also did not return for 10 years. Even a fool could also guess what happened. But now, Yi Yuan returned safe and sound, but Qin Tian failed to come back. This had to set off numerous speculations. Of course, it might be that Yi Yuan used some method to shake Qin Tian off, resulting in Qin Tian still being not knowing that Yi Yuan already returned until now. But it was also possible that Qin Tian had already fallen in the small world. Actually, the majority of the people still leaned towards the former. After all, Qin Tian's strength was quite known. Even if Yi Yuan broke through to the Heaven Glimpse realm, it was also not possible to be Qin Tian's match. Fong, as the Academy's teacher, he was naturally clear about Qin Tian's strength. But now, Yi Yuan actually personally admitted that Qin Tian was dead. What in the world happened inside the small world? Suddenly, Fong was startled, secretly thinking that things were bad. This lad is lawless and rampant. He might do something. This matter, better to notify Tower Lord. Inside a box room in Clearwind Inn, Qin Zheng and the rest were currently chatting away happily. That punk is sly and cunning. We expended so much thought, and he wasn't willing to take a step out of the academy. It's still senior apprentice Sister Lin Xiu, who is impressive. The moment you make a move, that punk fell for it obediently. And Ji Song had a delighted look. It was just that the expression of the Jia Chong by the side was rather unnatural. But he also knew that his disparity with Qin Tian was too great. There was no chance at all. Lin Xiu, who was sitting on the seat of honor, still had a cold and prideful appearance, exuding the temperament of a Ji. "Oh, das." Mentioning Xie Jingyi, she had a look of disgust as she said, "Xie Jingyi wants to score above his league, thinking about having a baby with me. He thought he can do as he pleases. If not for Big Brother Tian telling me not to keep him at a distance, I would have long taken action against him." Qin Zheng hurriedly said ingratiatingly, "Isn't that so? That D-A-M-N fatty is fat and round, with a name like a girl's. Forget about a proud daughter of heaven, like senior apprentice sister. Even ordinary women won't take fancy on him either." Qin Pei smiled and said, "Wu Meng Academy, only Big Brother Tian and senior apprentice sister Lin Xiu is a match made in heaven." Mentioning Qin Tian, Lin Xiu's brows suddenly furrowed, and she said, "Big Brother Tian going to kill Yi Yuan this time. He's gone for 10 years. He should be back no matter what, right?" Qin Zheng paid no attention to it as he said with a smile, "Senior apprentice sister Lin Xiu is fluid you as tear due to concern. Who is Big Brother Tian? This time, him personally taking action. That kid is probably a dead soul under his sword long ago." Qin Pei said, "Yeah, Big Brother Tian probably had some fortuitous encounter in the small world. That's why he would be delayed until now." With them saying so, Lin Xiu also finally felt at ease and said, "Makes sense. Thinking about it, that Yi Yuan is merely at the Grotto Profound realm. So how can he possibly be Big Brother Tian's match? What's laughable is that punk overestimated his own ability to actually dare oppose the Qin family. Truly wouldn't have died if he didn't court death." "Oh, is that so?" Right at this time, an icy cold voice sounded out outside the box room. Bang! The door was directly broken by a powerful force, revealing a figure with a cold face. Who is it to dare? Dare. Yi Yuan. You didn't die. And Ji-song was just about to fly off the handle when he suddenly saw clearly that the one standing doorway was precisely the nightmare-like existence, Yi Yuan. This shock was by no means insignificant. Not just him. When everyone in the box room saw Yi Yuan, their faces all became extremely fascinating. The news of Yi Yuan returning already spread within Wu Meng Academy. What was coincidental was that these few people were currently having a small gathering in the city and completely did not know about the news of Yi Yuan returning. If they knew, they definitely would not dare to swagger about in the city leisurely anymore. You guys are very disappointed that I didn't die, right? But since I didn't die, then your doomsday has arrived. Yi Yuan nonchalantly sentenced these few people to the death penalty. Lin Xiu and the rest were only surprised and did not take Yi Yuan's threat seriously at all. After all, among them, there were even 3 grand completion heaven glimpse, while Yi Yuan was only initial stage heaven glimpse. Hang on, initial stage heaven glimpse. This guy actually broke through. Lin Xiu looked at Yi Yuan and said, icily, with just the likes of you, Yi Yuan, since you slipped away from Big Brother Tion's hands, then I'll take care of you today for him. Yi Yuan looked towards Lin Xiu, his gaze cold. This woman truly deserved death. Little Fatty was infatuated with her. She actually made use of Little Fatty's blind love and caused him to become like that. Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. Hell. L has no gate, yet you want to barge inside. Since you escaped by luck, you should have been a bit more low profile and hide in the academy and not come out. But now, you delivered yourself to the door. W.A.N. Ji-song said with a loud laugh. He's taking up the cudgels for the injustice done to his brother here. Ha! That D.A.M. And Fatty even said repeatedly that day that his brother will help him take revenge. I didn't expect that you really came today. Qin Zheng also laughed loudly and said, then we'll take a look at how this genius junior apprentice brother, Yi, will find us to take revenge then. Qin Pei said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan directly ignored their mocking and said coolly, Gui Yun. A faint phantom appeared beside Yi Yuan and said with a bow, Master. The moment Gui Yun appeared, everyone's expression changed. Grand completion 2-star. This evil spirit's cultivation speed was so quick. He actually broke through to grand completion 2-star already. The battle with Qin Tian, Gui Yun sustained heavy injuries. Through over half a year of recuperating, not only did Gui Yun's injuries recover fully, his strength even advanced a step further, breaking through to grand completion 2-star. Those 3 will be left to you first. Don't let them come and disturb me. Yi Yuan said coolly. Yes, master. Gui Yun bowed and said, Ha, shameless boasting. A merely grand completion 2-star, evil spirit, wants to take care of 3 inner court peak disciples? One has to admit that you're very naive. Lin Xiu said with a sneer. Gui Yun slowly walked in front and said in a cold voice, Nether Ghost Claw. A black, large hand suddenly flew out of the void, grabbing toward the 3 people. The 3 people's expressions all changed when they saw the situation. They did not expect that Gui Yun's strength was actually so strong. Very soon, the 3 people fell into a tangled melee. W.A.N. Ji-song looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, You let that evil spirit deal with the 3 of them. Looks like you're very confident in dealing with me? Yi Yuan's eyelids raised slightly. His voice did not carry the least bit of emotion as he said coldly, Killing you is like killing a dog. His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's Sundering Stars suddenly chopped out. A complete version, Sundering Stars, went straight for Jia Chong. Poor work. Jia Chong had yet to react to what was happening and directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. And Ji Song's gaze turned intent, his face revealing a solemn look. These few years, Jia Chong already broke through to initial stage Heaven Glimpse 2. But under Yi Yuan's Sundering Stars, he was actually one shot without even having time to react.